Somebody called you.
I'm sure it was really nice things.
Good evening and welcome to the Monday, November 17th meeting of the Green Bay Plan Commission. We'll start with a roll call. Chair Lisa Hanson, present. Vice Chair Jacob Miller.
Present.
Alder Jim Hutchinson.
Present.
Commissioner Darius Daniels.
Present.
Commissioner Ken Rovinsky.
Present.
Commissioner Emma Fullwilder.
Present.
And Commissioner Kelsey Lutzow.
Present.
All right, moving on to approval of the agenda. Approval of the agenda for the Monday, November 17th, 2025 meeting of the Green Bay Plan Commission.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Rovinsky, second by Commissioner Daniels. All those in favor?
Aye.
Moving on to approval of minutes. Approval of the minutes from the November 3rd, 2025 meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Rovinsky, second by Commissioner Fullwilder. All those in favor?
Aye.
Moving on then to regular business. This item has been withdrawn. Did she give me an old agenda?
Nope, that's the right one.
Okay. All right. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Item number 1. Item has been withdrawn from November 17th, 2025 meeting of the Plan Commission at the request of the applicant. It is a public hearing on a request for a conditional use permit at 1087 West Mason Street and 1101 West Mason Street, seeking to create off-street parking exceeding more than 2 times a development's use minimum required stalls, submitted by Brad Reimer of Verbiger on behalf of KTS Investment West LLC property owner. So then all right. Moving on then to item number 2, which is a public hearing. This public hearing has been properly posted and public notification has been published in the Green Bay Press Times. The Plan Commission is interested in hearing public comments on the subject agenda items. We invite your comments and ask that you state your name, your address, whether you represent a group or association, whether you favor, oppose, or are only providing information in this matter, and your comments or concerns. We also ask that you confine your testimony to facts related to the proposal at hand and avoid repetitive testimony. City staff will provide a presentation during the public hearing, and questions raised by the public may be asked, but they will not be answered by staff until the upcoming actionable item. You must be recognized by the Plan Commission in order to speak, and your comments must be addressed to the chair. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes, and we will now open public hearing on item number 2. Public hearing on a request to amend the Smart Growth 2022 Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map at 1109 South Taylor Street from low-density residential to commercial land uses, submitted by Brad Reimer of Verbiger on behalf of Dung Nguyen, property owner.
Thank you, Chair. Quick note that we are not amending the Smart Growth 2022 plan. We are now amending the Go Big Green Bay 2050 plan. When this was first started, it was still our Smart Growth plan. We have a recently adopted comprehensive plan. Going into the request, this is at 1109 South Taylor Street, which is near the intersection of West Mason and Taylor on the city's west side by I-43 or I-41. The parcel here is just south of KinderCare. There's some industrial granite going on here, and then the rest of the neighborhood is primarily single-family homes to the south and to the east. Please note the size of this parcel, as it is about twice the size of the residential parcels in the area. Looking at our current future land use plan, the area is slotted for low density residential development with a good mix of uses surrounding it. We have commercial, some multifamily residential around that area. And then the current zoning, we have a zoning request after this request is our R1 low density residential. So in looking at this parcel for the comprehensive plan, we generally try to keep them about the same, especially when we're redoing the planning document for the comprehensive plan. But looking at this corridor, we try to take the surrounding land uses and the area of growth into consideration. So looking at the adjoining zoning and land uses being commercial, office, residential, multifamily, a lot of mixes of uses going on here. So trying to bring this a little bit more commercial in nature because of the size of the lot, we would need to amend the comprehensive plan to allow for the rezoning, which would be the next action. So we are doing a request from low density to commercial on our future land use map. And that's all for now.
All right, thank you. All right, so with this public hearing, we're looking to hear from anyone who would like to speak on this item. Just come to this, if you just come to the podium, state your name and address for the record.
One of my concerns is that property faces my entire backyard. And if the zoning was there, why are we spot zoning it now? The buffer area between the back of the property or the proposed development for that area directly affects my backyard. With the new school there and being back there and seeing all the traffic that comes through the roundabouts and the granite company graciously being the person that does the policing, the influx of traffic that comes through there with the new school coming just a few blocks away is a concern for me for the traffic flow through that roundabout and the children of the daycare. So I really think that they need to reconsider what they use that property for. Because it does need to be low level and it does need to be traffic level. And what's proposed there, a laundromat, would bring people in and out of that area. Low density, in my opinion, is an office where somebody's there during daycare hours. I mean, I'm next to a daycare. I have no problem with that. They're, Monday through Friday. A proposed laundromat brings a different plethora of information. So I just hope you consider our home that we've lived in for many years and the view from the back of our property and our oasis doesn't get mixed up in a rezoning thing. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to keep it zoned residential.
If you can state your name and address for the
Oh,
record, please.
Cheryl Lee, 1110 Michael Line Drive. And that's all I really am here for, is just to keep it residential. Who wants a laundromat in their backyard? And all three of us, the houses or the laundromat will be in our backyards. And he hasn't whoever owns that property, he has not taken care of it since he bought it. And who's to say what he's going to do with the laundromat? And another thing is if the laundromat's going to be open at night, or just a bunch of things. So that's all. Yeah. Sandy Vandenberg, Michaeline Drive. I'm also directly behind the property. I've been there 50 years, along with those 50 years too. And we've seen the amount of accidents. You can see the roundabout from my backyard. And to pull something else in there, we already had trouble with homelessness back behind us, breaking into daycare and sleeping in their furnace room. If the laundromat is open, I don't know how day, it'd have to be manned. So it'd be watched. And we're like 3 streets from Western Avenue. The people were going to be drawing in next to a daycare. I don't know. That's about all, but I would not like it to be rezoned business. Yeah, because the guy that owned it this summer, he had men there at 12 at night, chainsawing trees down. We had to call the cops. We thought, what is that noise? And here is a guy out there with a chainsaw cutting these huge trees down, and they're dropping wherever they dropped. That's what we're seeing. That's about it.
Thank you.
Hello, Melinda X, Alder of District 11. I am here to speak on behalf of neighbors in that area, in particular on Micheline, which is right behind So their backyard would be butting up to the proposed laundromat. So I'm reading this on behalf of him. He had a stroke and is unable to be here. They're against him and his wife are against the rezoning of the property. They have concerns about noise pollution and the smell of a laundromat with all of the kind of the perfumey smells, from the detergent and other things. And then lights. And they did do some research on other laundromats and said that those were some common complaints were the noise pollution and the smell. And then also feeling their value will go down with having this right in their backyard. And then also concerned about the close proximity to, Western Avenue was mentioned and the possibility of the type of clientele that might be using the facility, and of course being next to a daycare. And then there was concern about the hours of operation and whether there would be an attendant on duty to make sure that certain unwanted guests wouldn't be hanging out in there. So I just wanted to share those points of view from my residents. Thank you.
Hi, Madam Chair. Leah Weicker, 425 South Military. I'm the Business Improvement District Director on Military Avenue and want to speak to the character of Don. I have worked with him for 9 years and he has run a very successful business in our business district. And I would look forward to him to have another business in Green Bay. I think he would be a big asset to our community. Thank you.
Point of order. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Let the record reflect that no one else came forward and this public hearing is now closed. Moving on to the corresponding actionable item, item number 3. Consideration with possible action on a request to amend the Smart Growth 2022 Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map at 1109 South Taylor Street from low density residential to commercial land uses, submitted by Brad Reimer of Verbiker on behalf of Dung Nguyen, property owner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So following up on some of those comments, I believe a lot of these comments will have overlap with our next item, which is the rezoning request. For the comprehensive plan, this is just going from the low density to a commercial land use. So that allows us to do a variety of different rezoning classifications there. But generally speaking, commercial land uses would allow for quite a mix of retail, sales, services. This in particular is for a request for a laundromat, but when we consider those rezonings, again, we know it could be anything that's in that zoning classification. So to reiterate, we think that extending this commercial corridor one parcel is appropriate here, given the size of it and given its location near the intersection of Mason and Interstate 41. The commercial land use designation would allow for all of our commercial districts, potentially neighborhood commercial, maybe even office residential. The next zoning request is to go to C1, which is our lighter of our commercial districts. But just generally speaking, when it comes to land use space, the size of the lot really, the size and the location of the lot are really what bring it into that classification of the extension of that land use. With that, we did notify neighbors within 200 feet. That is our policy. I did not receive any comments prior to drafting this. I did talk to one of the neighbors today. He had similar concerns that were already raised about noise and smell in the area, unsure of if the buffer would be sufficient with his backyard being abutting this, and worried about additional traffic with the new school coming online in 2026. Beyond that, there was a neighborhood meeting held on August 26th of this year. Several of the neighbors did kind of had concerns about the lighting, landscaping, buffering, lights, and any landscaping, buffering. Those are all part of our standard site plan review process. So those would all be taken care of then. There is quite a significant buffer required between commercial land uses and residential land uses. And as part of the zoning request, they did supply a site plan that does show a 30-foot minimum buffer between those. Again, not something that we are going to consider when looking at a zoning request because it could be anything that could go there. So it won't particularly, it doesn't have to be a laundromat when we do these rezonings, but that is what they are proposing at this time. Outside of the zoning request, again, we do feel this is an appropriate extension of the land use for commercial, so we are recommending approval.
Okay, thank you. So we're just looking at the smart growth plan. And the next step is the zoning. So we don't have a site plan or anything.
There is a site plan in the PowerPoint for the rezoning, but it's not typically something that we look at. But yes, this is just for land use, future land use. The applicant is here if there are questions also.
In terms of the noise, light, those type of things, that'll be all part of the site plan review. With this being a bit more intensive of a use with a laundromat, is there any concern about the noise carrying over, any of that type of thing, just due to the machinery, anything that being used?
Well, generally speaking, anything that would generate any sort of a sound that would be considered a nuisance would be covered under our nuisance ordinance. So if there is anything that is extending past our quiet hours, that would be taken care of through that process. And we don't have restrictions on hours of operations because this is not a conditional use permit. But if it produces too much light, too much sound, that kind of automatically restricts operating hours. So if it is a noise issue, that would be restricted by our quiet hours that are already part of the City of Green Bay ordinance.
What are currently the hours? Do you know what the quiet hours are?
I believe it's 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. are our noisy hours.
I missed that one.
6 a.m. to 10 p.m. are noise hours. So it'd be 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. that are quiet hours.
Thank you.
So this is directly across from the Granite store.
I can pull up the map again if you'd like.
It's really small. I'm trying to go
This might be more helpful.
back. Oh, yeah,
So this is the Granite,
right.
whatever
What
it's
color's
called,
that?
Kinder Care, and then this is the
Right.
parcel in question. So this would be kind of the extension of that commercial node.
And the smart growth currently called for R1.
Low density
low-
residential,
Right.
not zoning right now.
Oh, right. Sorry.
I know the colors are the same. It's very confusing.
I'd make a motion to approve as recommended. Second.
Okay, right, I saw that. Okay. And I realize that this is just, we're talking about the smart growth plan, but site plan review will go into, because I can understand the neighbors' concerns. To me, this seems like a natural continuation of that area being right across from other commercial.
Yes.
So we have a motion by Vice Chair Miller, second by Commissioner Ravinsky. Do we have any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll go ahead with the vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And then this will move forward to city council for the 25th. Is that the next council meeting? Or is it next month?
Second.
Second, okay, for December 2nd. Oh boy. Okay. Moving on then to item number 4, which is a public hearing. Public hearing on a request to rezone 1109 South Taylor Street from low-density residential R1 to general commercial C1, submitted by Brad Reimer of Verbiker on behalf of Dung Nguyen, property owner.
The public hearing.
Right. There's no. Well, I know, but don't we usually have like a little bit of? Because it's the same item, we're not doing another little presentation before it? There's nothing. No, you don't have to. Okay, I was just confused. Usually we do, I say the words and then there's a little presentation. Okay, so with this public hearing, we're looking to hear from anyone who would like to speak on this item. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this item? Is there anyone wishing to speak on this item? Let the record reflect that no one came forward and this public hearing is now closed. Moving on to the corresponding actionable item, item number 5, consideration with possible action on a request to rezone 1109 South Taylor Street from low-density residential to general commercial, submitted by Brad Reimer of Verbiker on behalf of Dung Nguyen, property owner.
You know what? I finally get what you were saying. Yeah, you're right. Losing my mind up here. Okay. So this is basically more information on the same subject, a little bit more specific about the zoning. So with the now commercial designation from the comprehensive plan, looking for a rezoning, the proposed use at this point is a laundromat. As you can see here, the zoning for the area has office residential immediately to the north, multifamily residential a little bit to the northeast. This is C2 zoning with the hatches in it, and C1, which is right here. So the base red is C1. Everything in the light yellow is our low density residential. So to rezone this, we are looking for the C1 district. Uses within that district are just what you would consider a lot of retail, a lot of sales, nothing that's heavy auto oriented, like no drive-throughs, gas stations. That's not allowed within our C1 district. We generally consider a laundromat to be more of a neighborhood commercial type of use because a lot of people use them within neighborhoods. Looking at some of the comments that were made, a lot of those things can be addressed during our site plan review, so staff doesn't have concerns about those. When discussing things like hours of operation, will an attendant be on site? Those aren't things that are controlled within our zoning code, but they are things that people adapt to as their business moves. So if it's something that's becoming problematic, that's generally something that they're going to put in place anyway. A lot of our laundromats in town have attendants on site for that reason. Concerning the clientele of laundromats, I'm not sure if there are certain ones that are better than others. I think that, you know, people who need to do laundry are people who need to do laundry. So a lot of that stuff is up to the business to keep track of. So anything additional on here, we're really just looking at extending that commercial district again, and then with the C1 district, that is the lowest impact commercial district that we have. And we feel like that's the most appropriate considering the surrounding land uses. So we are recommending approval of the request.
All right, thank you.
Question on the site plan, behind the building, in between the building and properties to the east, there's green wording, and I think it's a 20-foot offset, but I can't read it. What is that green text?
20-foot landscape buffer. So
20?
it looks like they have 30 feet total
Thank you.
in the building,
I can't.
and then 30 foot here.
Landscape buffer.
And again, we don't necessarily need to be looking at a site plan because anything in the C1 district could be applied at this parcel with the rezoning, since this is not a conditional use permit. This was just put in for the understanding of how the site might be laid out, noting that the setback for the existing commercial kinder care has the same setback for that laundromat to kind of hold that commercial look a little bit more solid, but still offers a minimum of 30-foot buffering between the residential lots.
I also have a question. Obviously we're not approving in a laundromat specifically, we're changing zoning, but I am wondering if, you know, the concerns that we heard earlier, with the daycare next door, if there are any environmental concerns with the laundromat right next door and what we should be considering there or how we can, think about that.
Sure. To my knowledge, this is not considered, like within our zoning code, that's not considered any sort of environmental hazard for a laundromat. We consider this to be a very low impact use. Generates low amounts of traffic, low amounts of people. And we don't have any sort of study that shows that it would be any sort of an environmental concern. And it does have that 15-foot setback to that parcel as well. But we don't have any current information that shows that it would be a negative impact on children or humans of any age.
Okay. Thank you.
I agree with staff for C1 versus C2 for this, and move to approve.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Vice Chair Miller and a second by Commissioner Daniels. Do we have any further discussion or questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll go ahead with a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And then that will move forward for City Council for December 2nd. Moving on to item number 6, which is a public hearing. Public hearing on a request to rezone the property located at 1531 Main Street from public institutional to neighborhood commercial, submitted by Community and Economic Development Department property owner.
Okay, thank you, Chair. This property, depending on how long you've been on Plan Commission, you may have seen a few times. This is along the Main Street corridor. As you can see, Elizabeth Street just to the south here. The visual that might help you place this is this one. There is currently a small community garden and it's mostly a large green space with a lot of trees. Looking at the future land use for this area in our new Go Big Green Bay 2050 plan, it is calling for mixed use here. This was also supported in the Smart Growth 2022 plan as a medium to high density retail housing or office. So kind of the same type of land use designation. We got a little bit more specific with the comp plan this time to say mixed use in particular. The existing zoning is public institutional. That's usually what we have zoning over for any sort of park, open green space, anything that the city owns that is not currently developed. We generally have the PI designation over. Looking to do neighborhood commercial here. Neighborhood commercial is not a designation that we use very often, but it is quite a useful one. So it's generally speaking, the office residential and neighborhood commercial have sort of the same vibe. It's something that kind of bridges the gap between our residential areas and our commercial areas. Neighborhood commercial, however, has a little bit higher density requirements with it. So we use that closer to downtown when it's maybe a smaller lot that we know we want to fully develop. So looking at the odd shape of this lot, I think that neighborhood commercial kind of fits best because it gives us a lot of design options, but it wouldn't underutilize the space in any case. So the site is 1.827 acres, which is fairly large considering that it looks just like a little piece of land right next to a road. We have considered this a buildable lot for generations at this point. We have 2 separate applications tonight for this parcel. The first one is to rezone it from PI to neighborhood commercial, and then the next is to declare it surplus and dispose of it to the redevelopment authority so they can do a development agreement for this parcel. So looking at neighborhood commercial zoning, we are looking at a variety of uses that can be done: townhomes, multifamily, office, restaurants, personal services, retail services. And with that future land use of mixed use, we'd want to make sure that there is a residential component in whatever is getting proposed here. So if we do the neighborhood commercial as that base zoning, that gives the redevelopment authority a good idea of what we're looking for development purposes on this site. And that is all for now.
Thank you. So now we're looking to hear from anyone who would like to speak on this item. Just if you can come to the podium and state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Georgiana Bannon. I live at 216 New Hall Street. I do have some concerns about the traffic in this area. Many people in their vehicles think that from Elizabeth Street down to Baird Street, that part of Main Street is a raceway. There is a very large amount of traffic that goes through there. There are children that go to school, to the middle school, the high school, and the grade school. There are a lot of kids that cross the street there. There's only one traffic light on Elizabeth Street, and the next one would be all the way down to Baird, which is quite a long way. I'm also concerned about the type of housing that you're proposing to put there. I mean, some of the lots are very long. I'm just wondering if it's going to be low income housing, or are you expecting to do townhouses or condominiums? And then for the retail, what type of retail? What is considered medium to high density? And having these types of businesses and homes there would increase the amount of traffic on Main Street, which is pretty heavy most of the time. And the noise levels are very high, especially during the summertime when people are using their recreational vehicles on Main Street. So those are my only concerns at the moment. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Ooh.
Good evening. My name is Mark Breitenberg. My wife and I have lived 62 years on Ellis Street. That's on the corner of Wagner and Ellis. The 15-1 that's in question now, when Main Street was widened, they tore all the houses down. They talked about that time about putting a business in there, but they found out there's no lot lines. The lot line for the part of it is the center of Main Street. That's where one of the lot line is. And we were told that in order to find the true lot lines, they would have to start at Bay Beach to get this all straightened out. At that time, Mayor Jade was the mayor, and they couldn't put nothing in there. So he asked each resident in that 1500 block of Ellis Street if they wanted 10 feet of that land. And they all agreed. So there's 10 feet of that land was taken off of there. Also, the state would not cut driveways into that because that is slightly on a curb. Main Street is a racetrack. I can sit in my backyard and watch cars and go out. Well, then they put that little garden in there, that garden spot, that community garden. And people park on Wagner Street. That's the only place they can park. And there were 3 cars parked right next to my house. The neighbor in back of me, the cars were all parked. It's a kind of a narrow street. It's hard to maneuver around when cars are piled. Now, if we get snow and you put a business in there, where are they going to park? There is no room on Wagner Street or Proper Street. So I'm against putting a business in there. I would say leave it as is. The kids go over there, they throw the football. At one time, they had talked about putting a park in there. The park you wouldn't put a park in there because it was too close to Main Street. So I would say Just leave the situation the way it is. It's a good community area. Do not disrupt the neighborhood with something like that in there. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Dale Phillips. I live on the property right behind this open area. And you may say it's like 1.8 acres, but it's just spread out. It's not like a clump of 1.8 acres. Any business you put in there would be very limited on parking, very limited on space, and housing would be totally out of the question just because of Main Street itself. The traffic, like everybody has said, is just atrocious constantly. I mean, summer nights, summer days, winter days. But all I got to say is you just leave it open. If they want the garden there, that's fine. And I prefer to leave it open. And I am directly affected. I'm right behind it.
Can you state your address for the record, please?
Excuse me?
Your address for the record?
1516 Ellis. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
Joanne Peipenberg, 1524 Ellis. I'm Mark's wife. I'm not going to add anything because you made a special request on redundancy. But what he had said about the lot lines, we were just amazed. We might be like sitting in the middle of the ocean by the time they're actually done moving all those lot lines. If a building of any type were to be put in there, they would have to have access. The only way that I could see it would be, well, basically along our street. Boy, that would just bring an awful lot of traffic coming through our relatively quiet residential area. So I am definitely against this, what Dale and my husband have both said. Let's leave it as it is. It's a beautiful little quiet place right now. And the garden is actually, while I was not real hot to trot about it, it's been very nice. And the people that have rented plots in that area stop and visit occasionally. And that has brought a sense of extended community to our neighborhood as well. Thank you. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Let the record reflect that no one else came forward and this public hearing is now closed. Moving on to the corresponding actionable item. Item number 7, consideration with possible action on a request to rezone the property located at 1531 Main Street from public institutional to neighborhood commercial, submitted by Community and Economic Development Department property owner.
Thank you. To address some of those comments, understanding that in any development where it might impact neighborhood traffic, we usually, the city would ask for a traffic study to be done. So if there are going to be any impacts on those neighborhood streets, a traffic study would likely be requested. However, Main Street is very capable of handling additional traffic. It's underfunctioned at this point, which seems crazy because Main Street feels very busy, but it's built for enough traffic. So any cuts onto Main Street would be approved by, is that county, state, county? So traffic impacts would be taken care of that way. We don't have any specifics on the type of housing or the type of retail. A rezoning just allows for those types of uses to be established there. So there isn't a particular proposal at this point. It's just the type of zoning that would be allowed there. Let's see. As far as parking is concerned, any new development would require some sort of parking on site. We don't have any uses that don't require parking, I think, outside of a community garden and anything that's in the PI district, which is why there's no parking there. So that would be that. And then as far as any sort of site design, access points, those sorts of things would all be taken care of by the redevelopment authority. When they go through the development process, they vet the developments. There's different procedures that they take. They consult with the planning team, obviously, and then they have to follow our municipal code as well. So if there were anything that would deviate from there, they would have to have some sort of conditional use permit or go through a different type of process. So if it were to fit just into our municipal code and the RDA is supportive of it, it would just go through their process of a development agreement. I believe that is it for the comments. We did notify neighbors within 200 feet of this. We didn't receive any additional comments when we drafted the report, and we are recommending approval of the request.
I do have a question about, I guess I do have a question about access because this isn't like Mason Street where there's no curb cuts allowed. Are there could be future curb cuts allowed on Main Street?
Main Street does have some access restrictions. I don't know if this particular block has them. I don't think so. But that would be up to the developer and the RDA to sort out when they're going through that process. As you can see, is this map up? Yep. Yeah. Well, you guys can't really see it. On the map here, there's Wagner and Proper Street that lead into that. So there is an access point there. And if that were to occur, that's when we talk about those traffic studies needing to be done if it's in a residential neighborhood. But Main Street has a lot more access allowed than Mason Street or other main corridors that we have in the city.
Okay, yeah, because if we weren't allowing curb cuts or access from Main Street, then we'd be talking about going through the neighborhood.
Yes.
Okay.
But we don't have a definite on that. And as it was noted, there's very little traffic controls between Elizabeth and Baird. So that might trigger maybe another need for a light. Maybe there'd be a rapid flashing beacon or some other traffic calming installed there as part of that development, but we wouldn't know until we know what the development is, what that intensity is.
Okay. So this is just one big misshapen lot now, or is it all separate
Yes.
little lots?
This is one big misshapen. You can see from some of these lines that they used to be part of different parcels.
I mean, they totally
I
changed.
was going to discuss this for the surplus application, but this has come before Plan Commission either in actual application or discussions many times with people maybe wanting to add a little bit onto their backyard or to lop a little piece off here. But we've always held pretty strong that this is a very desirable development site. So that's why that hasn't occurred. That's why we haven't taken pieces of it to put towards different uses, because we wanted this to be as large and contiguous as we could for a future development. And you know what, if it goes through the process and we figure out this isn't great for development, we can't get the right access, the utilities aren't there, or whatever the issues are, we can always rezone it back to PI if we find that parks maybe is the only thing that it can do. But we've had this slotted for development for at least 30 years now. So that's kind of what we're looking at. Just pulling the trigger and it's time to get going on it.
So Parks did not have interest in this. And currently DPW is maintaining it.
I don't know who maintains it. I imagine between Parks and DPW. There is a sidewalk on the site that is DPW. It's public property. But everything else, I'm not sure what the maintenance agreement is at this point.
Why NC versus say R1 or sorry, not R1, low density residential or C1, anything like that?
We feel because of the future land use designation of mixed use, that residential is a key component to this, whether that is there's residential on site and commercial on site. If it's a mixed use building, it was probably the preferable thing. It might just be multi. Having something that allows for that residential mix is really important here, given the size of the lot and the future land use designation.
Move to approve as recommended.
Second.
All right, motion by Vice Chair Miller, second by Commissioner Fullwilder. Do we have any further discussion? All right, hearing none, we'll go ahead with the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, and then that will move forward to City Council for December 2nd. Moving on to item number 8. Consideration with possible action on a request to declare the property located at 1531 Main Street as city surplus submitted by the Community and Economic Development Department property owner.
Thank you. So this is the last one. As I just noted, this has been up for discussion numerous times, and if it should be surplus, if it should be backyards, if it should be something else. We've always held very strong on this being a development site. So part of that is to declare this as city surplus, as it is currently city owned. And we have a condition written in to direct it to the RDA for development purposes. So as part of that, we reach out to city departments, utility providers, and the adjacent property owners. DPW noted that that sidewalk is publicly owned, so we would just have to consider that while doing redevelopment. And then also WPS was requesting some easements as part of this. That is conditioned as well to be suggested to the RDA to negotiate that depending on what the future development might look like. So with those two things in mind, we are recommending approval of the request subject to the following conditions. The subject property shall be directed to the city's redevelopment authority for disposition, and the redevelopment authority will work with WPS to accommodate their easement request.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for staff or discussion?
A motion to approve as recommended.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Ravinsky, second by Commissioner Daniels. Any further discussion? Go ahead with the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Right, and that will move forward to City Council for December 2nd. Moving on to item number 9, which is a public hearing on amendments to section 44-1580 of the Green Bay Municipal Code, Chapter 44, related to short-term rentals as discussed in communication PC-25-03.
Thank you, Chair. Next slide, please. So what we're looking at here is some short-term rental ordinance changes that were proposed to staff. Just as a heads up, what you're seeing here on this page is what, if you happen to go to the City of Green Bay website and you were to type in short-term rentals on, say, a web search, this is what you would see with information regarding the ordinance as it currently exists, and some of the functionality that the public can access when it comes to short-term rentals. Next slide. So in looking into what our comprehensive plan states as far as short-term rentals and recommendations, the 2050 Go Big Green Bay comp plan calls for 6 individual recommendations for short-term rentals. I'll read through those right now. One is to work with the state legislature to allow greater regulation on SDRs. A second is to set a cap on short-term rental permits issued in residential neighborhoods to preserve long-term housing stock. On that issue, with the current state legislation, we cannot take action on that. A third is to establish a limit on the number of days per year a property can be rented out to prevent full-time short-term rentals in residential areas. That will be coming into question here with the 180 days that was put forth. Fourth, continue to update and modernize the GB Services portal for reporting issues related to short-term rentals with a clear process for addressing violations. As a policy initiative. 5, collaborate with short-term rental platforms to ensure only property registered and compliant listings are allowed on their sites. And finally, coordinate with property owners around Lambeau Field and along Lombardi Avenue to capitalize on redevelopment and economic opportunities around the stadium. And as noted in the future land use around Lambeau, some of the destinations that were put forth are for mixed use and mixed residential on streets like Shadow and Thorndale. Next slide. So to give a timeline as far as processes have come to where we're at here today, staff received a communication from Alders Hinkfist and Presley with 3 different objectives to modify the existing zoning code. 1, limit short-term rentals on a parcel to 180 calendar days per year. 2, establish a 6-night minimum stay. 3, create an effective date of July 1, 2026 for updated standards. In addition, the Equal Rights Commission advisory gave an advisory report a few weeks back. Their 6 recommendations were to strengthen nuisance mitigation and neighbor protections, establish a 3 strikes policy, treat short-term rentals as businesses, impose an annual cap on rental days to prevent full-time SDRs, consider a minimum stay requirement with exceptions, and improve the SDR registration process with a user-friendly online system. So next, please. This past Tuesday, the Common Council had discussions regarding the ERC advisory reports and brought forth a directive as far as what we are seeing here today with the ordinance changes. 2 of those issues were not be addressed, one being the 6-night minimum stay and the other one being the updates specific to July 1st. July 1st is the date, for folks who may not know, the annual licenses run from July 1 through June 30th. So July 1st would make sense for a switch over with potential policy updates. But what the council did direct forth was limiting short-term rentals on a parcel to 180 calendar days per year, creating a 3-strike policy, and adding owner contact information, creating some sort of policy change with that. So next up, we'll see a map here of the existing permitted SDRs that are current as of October 2025 in the city. There are approximately 450 SDR permits that are on file with the city. If you look at the east side, it's approximately 65. If you look at the west side beyond the Lambeau area, it's about 55. The remainder would be down in areas that be more categorized adjacent or near the stadium itself. Next slide, please. So to give some background for folks here, when it comes to the short-term rental process, the fees are involved for somebody who's looking forth to put their dwelling as a short-term rental in the city. It's an initial fee of $500. In the subsequent year, that fee would become $250 unless that fee had not been established or a slate, then it becomes $500 again. The initial Brown County health inspection fee is $492, and renewal with Brown County is $350 per year. So the way the current system goes as far as application, there's a need for a completed short-term rental permit application with a local representative identified, as well as the owner of the property. Proof of registration with the city treasurer regarding Brown County room tax requirements. Proof of registration with the Brown County Health Department. A lease agreement example. This can be as basic as your rules that you place on websites like Airbnb or Vrbo, to which the person who would be short-term leasing a dwelling would be agreeable to. Proof of insurance, and then any other needed permits required by the SDR code. If a property happens to be a condo or happens to be a rental unit that was owned by somebody else, there needs to be proof from different parties as well. Next slide, please. What you're seeing right now is examples of what folks have to fill out for an application process. I want to note city staff is in the process right now of turning this process, which involves filling out a number of paper copies and turning them either electronically or hard copies into a process to where folks can go online and fill out their applications without having to have any sort of paper copies. That's been in process here for a while, but we're looking to short it up. Next. So when speaking with staff on this and trying to get some figures about what we have right now for short-term rentals, as noted, we have 450 currently in the city. When it came to the draft in the spring, the high mark we had for rental permits was around 500. In the net transition between that, the most recent changeover at July 1, that number has dropped down to about 450 permits. So staff utilizes software right now to try to get a hold of folks who happen to be potential short-term rental users who are not permitting their dwellings. As of right now, when talking with staff on this, there's approximately 5 parcels that may or may not be short-term rentals that do not have a permit that were identified by software. Staff will look into it with these folks. There's a possibility that these folks are not short-term rentals, that the software did not identify a correct short-term rental. However, if they are renting out, the requirement would be they must come forth with a permit to move forward. When staff first started utilizing the software about a year ago or so, over 100 dwellings were identified as renting without a short-term rental permit. Of that, approximately 75 were identified as short-term rentals, and those folks then did come forth with a short-term rental permit that was applied for. So in talking with our short-term rental program compliance inspector, that position is relatively new within the past year-ish or so. And they've made many conversations with both folks who are short-term rental permit holders and folks who may have interactions with these holders having complaints. When speaking about this, when that staff member started working and focusing primarily on short-term rentals, the communication with folks was that there were a lot of complaints at that time. Now, he's made a lot of contacts with both short-term rental folks who are applying for permits, as well as those who may have more complaints in general compared to other folks, and had a communication as to what is expected and what might not be expected. So that direct communication has led to more short-term rental permits coming into compliance as far as let's call them nitpicky things, i.e. parking on the road, garbage days, things of that sort. And that communication with neighbors who may not realize that a complaint may have been there are folks who are parking their automobiles on the road during the day. They don't live that property. You may not like that, but you can park your vehicle in front of somebody else's house. That's allowed. So some communications to try to make things easier here for folks. And so to anybody here who is having issues, GB Services on the City of Green Bay website has been an efficient tool to try to address questions, and it's been noted to folks here as they may have had some complaints. So when looking at the directives from the Common Council, staff looked to offer up in text amendments addressing the 3 directives that were put forth by Common Council. So for the first thing, it was noted that there should be a create owner contact information policy changes. So what has been added to the STR ordinance is in addition, to subsection 6. Currently, every person who has a short-term rental is given a placard. That placard should be located on the front or the part of the home facing the public right of way. So if you're on the front of the street, you should be able to see a placard for a short-term rental. On that short-term rental permit, on the placard itself, the existing standards require that a name and telephone number of the local representative responsible for managing the short-term rental property be on the placard. Added to the text is if a local representative responsible for managing short-term rental property varies from the owner of the parcel, the placard shall also contain the name and telephone number of the parcel owner, to give a bit more context for folks. Additionally, what you're seeing on here, going back to city website for short-term rentals, there happens to be a spot to check out along the left column of the rentals page that says STR address lookup. If you clicked on that, you'll see something like this to where we placed in one of the folks who happened to be speaking at the Common Council last time. It said, I have on a short-term rental over on Beamer. You can look at their address on there and see if they are a short-term rental property. Currently, the information provided is for contact information for the local representative and does not have information for the owner on there because it has not been requested at the time. But there's potential that more information could be added to a system like that. So next, please, Common Council Directive number 2. There's a request to have a 3-strike policy. So staff was looking into ways that we currently have ways to address things like nuisances on property. And right now within chapter 24 of the Green Bay Municipal Code, there is a section in 24-75 that lists out different nuisances that are put forth that staff feels could be addressed to create a policy for 3 strikes. This is under the existing nuisance abatement policy. And the way the policy currently works for any parcel in the city is that if any parcel happens to have 3 qualified events, it is then classified as a nuisance property at which the police can notify in writing specific property owners about violations, be giving a statement and knowing that they will have a cost of future enforcement as a special charge against the premises. So there's an established policy to abate nuisances. The text amendment would add the above or the issues that are noted in chapter 24-75 that if those nuisances were to occur and been classified, that at that point the 3 strikes would go into effect as long as it occur within a 365-day period. Now, many of these are some pretty substantial actions here, but Steph, if you go to the next page, this continues on to 19 different parts of the code that would be strikes that would come into play. Probably the most notable would be noise violations that would precipitate action for a 3 strikes policy. Finally, in directive number 3, the question comes into play for renting of a property for short-term rental purposes for 180 days during the course of a permit. Just to reiterate, permit would run from July 1 through June 30th. There's not specific adjectives to describe this, so staff did note in the ordinance that's put forth that a total number of days shall not exceed 180 consecutive days. You can look at this through a few different lenses, both consecutive or cumulative. So for consecutive with 180 days, the SDR permit holder would establish when their 180 days would start. So for instance, if you were to start on July 15th and run for 180 consecutive days, the length would end on January 10th. And then, so both before, from July 1 through July 14th, and then from January 11th through June 30th, short-term rentals would not be permitted on that property. You use your 180 days in total. Another way of looking at this is through cumulative days. And that can be addressed through two different ways. One would be days in total throughout the course of the 365-day period, to which, let's say in June, a short-term rental property rented out for 0 days. In July, they rented out for 4 days. In August, rented out for 20 days, so on and so forth. June would be 4 plus 20 is 24. You keep on accumulating the total until you get to a cap of 180 days. Another way would be to pre-establish by the applicant which days would be rented out. There's an application and the applicant may say that I want to rent out from July 4th through July 6th, and then July 11th through July 13th. And you keep on, you note the dates that are put into place, totaling up to 180 days in total. Staff wants to note that when it comes to the cumulative days, it's an exceptionally difficult challenge to fairly put across the board for staff to maintain that. If we have multiple hundreds of different SDR permits and they all have different days in effect, and we don't have track of when the actual days are being put forth, there can be room where we feel even with software that people can take advantage and go beyond the 180 days. It will still be a challenge even if you set a standard for each one to say it's from a certain length and it starts on one date and ends another, because you still have hundreds of different start and end dates for different properties. And with that, move on to the public hearing.
All right. Thank you. All right, so now with this public hearing, we're looking to hear from people who are interested to speak on this item. If you can come to, I actually have names that I'll call off first, and then when I run out of names, then we can go to anyone else who hasn't spoken yet. State your name and address at the podium, and please keep your comments to 3 minutes. And we will start with Tyler Cabot.
A little taller here. All right. My name is Tyler Cabot. My address is 3120 North Windsong Lane, Appleton. My business, Doorway Travel, is headquartered right here in Green Bay at 111 North Broadway. Together with my local business partners, we manage 10 professionally operated homes inside Green Bay city limits. And all of us live within 30 minutes of each property. And I also serve on the newly formed Green Bay Short-Term Rental Alliance. So I do thank you guys for the opportunity, the council, the opportunity to speak and share our thoughts. A strict 180-day annual cap or any similar restriction would cause real harm to Green Bay families and small businesses. Our 10 properties currently average 220 booked nights per year. A 180-day cap would eliminate roughly 40 revenue nights per property, translating to approximately 200 lost cleaning and maintenance shifts across our portfolio alone. For our Green Bay-based housekeeping teams, that means roughly $50,000 in lost wages per year. And for our local maintenance technicians and hospitality support vendors, the impact easily climbs into the tens of thousands of dollars as well. These are Green Bay paychecks supporting Green Bay families, paychecks none of us in this room would want to see disappear. Instead of arbitrary day caps, we ask the city to adopt the proven operational standards that Alliance members already follow, standard we are eager to help implement and enforce citywide. From the moment a reservation is confirmed by a guest, guests receive clear house rules, which include parking restrictions, local quiet hours, notice of a severe unauthorized event fee ranging from $500 to $1,000. So that's if someone were to try to throw a party at a house, and an explicit reminder that they are staying in a residential neighborhood and that we wish to be respectful of the neighbors around us. Every guest undergoes a rigorous pre-approval vetting process to ensure not only respectful visitors stay in our homes. We do turn down reservation requests on a regular basis to protect the homes we manage and the neighbors who reside next door. On top of that, our properties are equipped with 24/7 exterior surveillance cameras to keep tabs on rule violations. Neighbors of every property receive my personal cell phone number, as well as our dedicated 24/7 business line, because being reachable is non-negotiable to us. We are boots on the ground operators, not absentee owners. We are your neighbors, invested in this community year round. Sustaining operations above 200 nights annually is what enables us to maintain these high standards, to pay local teams fairly, and remain immediately responsive whenever a concern arises. Ultimately, we are stewards of these properties and the city within which they reside. It is our mission to be good stewards and to set the example for others in our space. The Alliance stands ready to partner with the city, sharing our guest screening protocols, technology recommendations, response SOPs, and enforcement strategies. We are local operators who want to work with you and raise the bar for everyone. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Glad to answer any questions. Are we not doing questions?
Not with public hearing.
All right.
Thank you. The next name I have is Mark Danes.
Good evening, members of the Green Bay City Plan Commission. My name is Mark Danon, 825 Spring Hills Court in Deep Here, Wisconsin. I'm a member of the newly formed City of Green Bay Short-Term Rental Alliance. I'm a licensed real estate broker. I own Restiva Properties, which is a short-term rental management company, and I also serve as a town supervisor for the town of Ledgeview. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here because the commission is considering amendments to the current short-term rental ordinance. After working extensively with these regulations, not only as a property manager, but also somebody who assists owners through the permitting process, I want to share that why I believe that the ordinance Green Bay already has in place is strong, comprehensive, and effective. The existing short-term rental framework contains multiple layers of protection for neighbors, for guests, and for the city. To operate legally, owners must complete a significant list of prerequisites before advertising or renting a home. As you heard earlier, these include registration with the city treasurer to ensure that room tax is properly paid, an on-site inspection and permit issued by the Brown County Health Department, ensuring that the property is safe, a sample lease that includes all the rules and regulations around parking, noise, and compliance with all City of Green Bay ordinances, proof of insurance, and finally, obtaining the City of Green Bay rental permit. This is a substantial amount of regulatory oversight, and it works. Beyond the initial permit, the city requires annual renewal with proof of insurance, updated documentation. And if an owner doesn't meet every one of these requirements, the application is rejected. There's a strong accountability measured here. The ordinance also limits occupancy based on state building codes, prohibits on-site advertising, requires a representative 30 minutes away or closer, and the city already has full authority to review, suspend, or revoke a permit when necessary. On top of that, operators must pay $500 to the city of Green Bay and $490 to Brown County. As you will likely hear tonight, one of the concerns raised, particularly by the Equal Rights Committee, is that the idea of unbridled growth of short-term rentals in Green Bay. You will hear actual data presented on this, but suffice it to say, the number of short-term rentals in the city has gone down since the expected uptick around the NFL draft. The surge of unbridled growth is something that's really not going to happen. My specific ask of this commission tonight is twofold. I respectfully ask the commission to take no action on the proposed amendment to the ordinance, citing that current regulations are already sufficient and effective. Second, as staff does not have a recommendation on this item, I ask the Plan Commission to formally recommend to the City Council that the proposal to amend the existing short-term rental ordinance be denied, again, citing that what is already in place is sufficient to regulate and manage short-term rentals in the city of Green Bay. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Good timing. Thank you.
All right. All right. I'm reading handwriting here. Aaron Bunton.
Good evening. My name is Erin Bunton. My address is 3279 Barkwood Circle, De Pere, Wisconsin. And I also am a member of the Green Bay STR Alliance team. I'm here tonight as someone deeply connected to my family and its legacy. Our home on Rockdale Street was built in 1950 by my husband's grandparents, Jack and Lorraine Campbell. It's a half a mile from Lambeau Field, and it's been a place of gathering and memories for over 7 decades in our family. For me, hosting is not about a profit. It's about preserving heritage and reinvesting in our neighborhood. We did not buy Grandma and Grandpa's house to simply flip it. We bought it to honor them, to preserve it, and to share with others who come to Green Bay for meaningful moments and experiences. I do not support the proposed 180-day cap on STRs. At present, and by choice, we're able to operate within the boundaries of the proposed cap without significant disruption. But the long-term implications are far less clear for me. As market conditions evolve and demand fluctuates, having only half a calendar year available for rental activity constrains our ability. When we reduce the number of days a property can be rented, it also reduces the number of visitors spending money in our city. That lost revenue for small businesses and lost wages for hardworking people who rely on activity year-round. Green Bay thrives when we welcome guests, not when we turn them away. I am not just an owner-operator of STRs, I'm also a consumer here in Green Bay. For the past 25 years, I've proudly worked for a global cheese company headquartered in downtown Green Bay. Each year, I have the privilege of hosting CEOs and senior executives from food companies across the country into our incredible city, many of them visiting Green Bay for the first time. And wow, do they like to contribute to our tourism dollars. When I offer housing options, short-term rentals have become an important choice. It's not just about comfort, it's about giving them a space that feels personal, welcoming, and reflective of our community. I want to take a moment to publicly and sincerely thank those in this room who have made it possible for me to have my guest in the Green Bay with an experience that hotels simply cannot replicate. Furthermore, from being an actual consumer of STR, I've learned best practices firsthand that have helped me improve my own way that I manage my property. There's real beauty in being able to learn from a seasoned host who sets the standards in Green Bay. Also, as a small owner-operator, much of the work that we do is self-managed at this point. But we do not do it alone. One of the bright spots in our operation is Jake. Jake is a high schooler who takes great care of our lawn and snow removal. He's reliable and he's hardworking. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about a letter that Jake wrote to me. Actually, to you. Dear council members, hi, my name is Jake, and I'm a junior in high school. I help take care of a rental property near Lambeau Field by mowing the lawn in the summers and shoveling in the winter. Okay. Anyway, this job means a lot to Jake. He hopes that you think about him and how he benefits. And I think also that when I said to him, there's a proposal to shift STRs, his response was, Miss Aaron, that makes no sense to me. There has to be a better way. And I couldn't agree more. Thank you.
Mike Boyea. It's Boyea.
Boye.
Boyea.
Close enough. All right. Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. I'm Mike Boye. I was born and raised here in Green Bay. I grew up in this city, went to school here, and until very recently, I was a full-time resident. My parents and much of my family still call Green Bay home. A few weeks ago, I compiled a detailed analysis of short-term rentals in Green Bay. We calculated real accurate monthly housing payments using Zillow's estimate values, 3.5% down payment, 7% interest rate in actual property taxes, 7.5% PMI, and $100 per month for insurance. Here's what we found. According to the most recent U.S. Census Bureau ACS data, the median household income for Green Bay is $62,456. Based on HUD affordability standards, a family earning that income can afford a maximum monthly housing payment of $1,560. A lot of numbers, I'll slow down. When we ran the numbers, we found that the vast majority of homes that would hit the market if short-term rentals disappeared tomorrow are already completely unaffordable to the average Green Bay family. Even if every short-term rental vanished overnight, it would create only 11 single-family homes in the entire city that average Green Bay household can actually afford. But the proposed rules, the 7-night minimum and the 180-day cap and the double fees will cause real harm. Hundreds of local owners pushed into financial hardships are forced to sell. Cleaners, handymen, lawn care crews, and snowplow drivers, real Green Bay families losing income. And when owners near the stadium district are forced to sell, the results won't be more affordable homes for Green Bay families. Stadium district homes will be purchased by buyers who can only make the numbers work by renting them to long-term tenants at a far higher price than $1,560 per month, because that's what today's mortgage payments require. Those homes will remain unaffordable, tourism dollars will disappear, and the area will begin to resemble parts of downtown Door County. Fewer residents, fewer year-round neighbors, and fewer full-time families. Not the homes full of loving families and kids in the neighborhoods and neighbors growing lifelong relationships with each other, but quieter, emptier streets that lose the character we all value. This is the opposite of what we want for Green Bay. I want to be clear. I'm not an outside spectator. I'm one of you. I pay my taxes. I maintain my homes year-round, and I bring visitors who chose Green Bay over Door County, Appleton, and northern Wisconsin. So I'm asking you, reject the 7-day minimum, the 180-day cap, and work with us, your neighbors, on fair rules that protect neighborhoods without harming Green Bay families and Green Bay jobs. Since I still have time, I have some more numbers because I like numbers. We have 450 properties. Oh, damn. I'll go real quick. 450 properties. If they're rented out 180 days, a 2-day minimum, that would be 90 turns per property in the city of Green Bay. That equates to 40,500 turns in the city of Green Bay, which if the average turn, a turn is when a cleaner goes in there, a handyman goes in there. If every turn costs an average of $200, that's $8.1 million in fees lost to local businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Wilcox.
Good evening and thank you. I'm here to talk about the nuisance situation that is, in my opinion, not being addressed properly at this point in time. So with that, rather than ramble, I thought I'd write a few things down and read it to you people. I've lived here at 2057 Wintergreen Court since 1989. I like and the property in question is 2050 Wintergreen Court. I appreciate the council taking a look at this particular situation. I live on a cul-de-sac with 13 homes. All of them have driveways that use Wintergreen Court as entrances to their homes. 2050 Wintergreen Court is located at the top of a hill. It's presently being marketed and accommodating up to 16 guests with a rental cost of almost $1,000 a night. Shortly after purchasing the property early this year, the new owners modified it to host large groups. The garage has been converted to an arcade. One of the rooms acts as a sports bar with 5 TVs. There's a theater room, as well as an indoor swimming pool and a hot tub. In practice, a former family now functions more, a family home now functions more as a boutique hotel. The property does not have adequate parking for large groups, and its location is especially concerning as there's only a single way in and out of the neighborhood. The additional traffic, when occupied, raises concerns about safety and emergency access should the need arise. But the lack of available parking, many guests park overnight on the street, resulting in multiple parking violations. I have personally witnessed disruptive and illegal behavior, including adults vomiting in the front yard, renters driving down the street recklessly. During one rental period, the vulgar language being used by individuals in the arcade could clearly be heard throughout the neighborhood. During the same time frame, the unmistakable smell of weed permeated the air. The property routinely facilitates large get-togethers, which would resemble bachelor, bachelorette parties, college reunions. On several occasions, there have been multiple rideshare vehicles congregating in the cul-de-sac, picking up large groups, and later dropping them off well after midnight. Because of the location of this house, the noise in the partiers results in an echo chamber effect. It's unfortunate that 12 neighbors are now feeling responsibility to police and the activity from a single property. Operated as a business with absentee owners, your alliance has indicated that 30 minutes response time for owners was addressed and acceptable solution to the complaints. I discovered a typical response time in Green Bay Police Department is 15 minutes. For these reasons, I'm actively looking for some help in making a quiet neighborhood quiet again. Thank you.
Kristen Jonas.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Kristen Jonas. I live at 3151 Renaissance Lane. My husband Mark and I have been Airbnb hosts for 8 years, well before the NFL draft. We are owner occupied. It is our primary residence, and we primarily host for Packer games. This year, collectively, we have paid $1,964 in taxes and permits. If we look at the cost of that, the percentage, the city of Green Bay is taking 21 to 25% of our gross profits. We are on target to need to rent 4 times before we even break even. So what I'm asking for is reconsideration of the permit fees. At this point, doubling the permit fee to $500 is 4 times what the city of Chicago is asking. In talking with several aldermen and other people involved in this issue, it appears that the big problem is the party houses, as we've just heard about. What I'm asking is that you consider punishing the people who are not following the rules in the form of directing fines and citations, rather than penalizing the people who do follow the rules by increasing our permit costs. At this point, it's becoming a reconsideration whether it's even worth our time. When we host people, in the 8 years we've been doing it, we have had 8 great years of experience. People compliment our home and our city tremendously, and we offer a lot of opportunities, and we encourage people to get out and enjoy the city and provide lots of information on that. So what we're asking for is that you continue to allow us to provide that great Green Bay experience to people while we host them to our city. Thank you.
Ben DeBaker.
Evening. My name is Ben DeBaker. I live at 901 South Oakland Avenue in the city of Green Bay. I am a STR owner and member of the newly formed Green Bay STR Alliance. Good evening, members of the Plan Commission. Tonight I'll present some of the STR's approach to a smarter collaborative solution. So the ERC study suggests rapid unchecked growth in the short-term rentals, but it's difficult to understand exactly what that growth rate is because we haven't recently had a natural growth rate. We just completed a permit cycle with the draft included with that. Additionally, there's roughly, as alluded to before, there were some unpermitted STRs. They cracked down on that. Approximately 75 were added at that same time that the uptick in the draft was there. Since then, we've dropped 10% from 500 to roughly 450. So it is going down. It is balancing itself out naturally. But we can't just blanketly say it's growing out of control based on the recent years that we've had. The 180 maximum annual operating days is a tool the city has given to them from the state, but it's detrimental to the livelihoods of cleaners, maintenance people, and local service providers that STRs help sustain. I don't think anyone would ask or require a small local business to close down for half the year. Would you be okay with it, your favorite coffee shop or restaurant randomly shutting down when they hit halfway through the year? Why are we asking STRs to do this? Instead, let's support a fee-based reform that holds housing programs while strengthening enforcement and capacity. Some options include permit and tax revenue structures that help fund first-time homebuyers and workforce housing programs. Use the STR fees to increase enforcement and education within the STR industry. Focus on alternate approaches with high impacts. The Affordable Housing Initiative by JBS is one example where a private company and some of our city alders have collaborated to effectively address a problem of available affordable housing. STR owners partner with the city to work on permitting and compliance strategies that will result in strong communication, operator accountability, and a harmony in our neighborhoods. Responsible operators are already doing the right things. Let's make those practices standard citywide. Now is not the time to restrict STRs out of existence. Please consider removing the 180-day annual cap. It's time to work together to preserve jobs, strengthen housing, and make Green Bay a model for smart, balanced policy. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Lonnie Whiting.
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Lonnie Whiting. I live at 1753 Gross Avenue. I'm part of the Lombardi neighborhood. This is my illustrious representative, Alderman. My concern is as a resident of Green Bay. I am the anathema to this Association of Short-Term Rentals. My reason for so is because it's pricing us out by taxation. It has raised the value of our housing within this neighborhood to where people who are on fixed incomes, such as myself, the taxes, property taxes that we have to pay are pricing us out of our own houses. Now, I realize that the association would say, why don't you just sell your house to us and move out and buy something else? I like the neighborhood where I live. My problem is that these rental people don't shovel my driveway when I ask them to. They don't pick up my mail when I ask them to. They aren't going to drive me to a doctor's appointment if I ask them to. I'm appealing to you from a human standpoint that these people who come in here as rental people are not residents of Green Bay for the most part. They're not voting for you. They're here because they want a short-term rental. They like it here to do that. And I agree that from a financial standpoint, we should not be doing all these things. It's kind of like we're putting a cap on these short-term rentals, and now we're starting to realize that we need to have some rules and regulations to try to confine and take this in to make it profitable for them, make it profitable for the city. You have already admitted that you don't have the staff to do that. Do we need to increase the fees so that they cover that? I don't think my taxes should have to support these industries. I thought we had a city ordinance that prohibited businesses within residential areas. But because of a loophole, these rental areas are termed under the term affordable housing. That's baloney. These are not residents that are looking to live here. And I'm appealing to you and the city council and the planning that if we want the Green Bay to grow, we need to have permanent residents, not part-time residents. And I don't know if we have a good answer to that. But I think what the city is proposing here is that we have to work with the state on how we're going to control this. And we have to work with these individuals who have made sizable income investments to cover their costs. But as this gentleman said, it's a business. It's not proper. It's a business. It's a business within a residential area. And I think it needs to be somehow looked at. One thing I would tell this council to do, get rid of that law that says you can't have a business in a residential area. That's my first thing. Thank you.
Tyler Leroy.
Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Tyler Leroy, 3184 Morningwoods Court, Green Bay, and I'm here representing the Green Bay STR Alliance leadership team, a group of the city's most compliant, professionally managed short-term rentals. Last week, we gathered operational data from 9 of our leadership team members. Operations known for being quiet, clean, safe, consistent, respectful of neighbors. The findings were clear. 4 out of 9 of our companies, every one of our properties are rented more than 180 days a year. That means nearly half of Green Bay's best, most responsible operators would be immediately wiped out with 180-day caps, either cumulative or consecutive. These are not nuisance properties. These are the model of what STRs in Green Bay should be. The economic impact of removing the operators of these 4 operators is significant. In the 180-day limit were imposed, the city would lose 4 high-performing, no-nonsense, no nuisances operators. Those 4 operators have paid $140,000 in room tax last year. They've paid $230,000 in wages to local cleaners. They've paid $230,000 to local maintenance team members and local landscape teams. And that pales in comparison to nearly $5 million that the tourists that stay at these properties bring to the city of Green Bay. $5 million completely wiped out by taking these 4 operators out. And these are not your nuisance properties. But behind these numbers are real families. Claudia Garcia, a Green Bay resident, mother of 2, and proud homeowner of Finger Road, cleans STRs through affordable quality cleaning services. She told us that her work gave us her consistent income and flexible schedule she needs to raise her children and buy her first home, something she once believed was impossible. Claudia sent in a letter. If these limits pass, the demand for my cleaning work will drop dramatically. That doesn't just mean fewer hours, it means losing the stability I worked so hard for. This is who gets hurt, not bad operators, not the working families who depend on this industry. That's why our strong, unified position tonight is simple. We oppose a blanket 180-day restriction that punishes good operators and harm local jobs, room tax revenue, and neighborhood stability. But we strongly support fair, thoughtful, data-driven regulations that target nuisance properties, strengthen safety, and protect the character of our neighborhoods. We respect the city's concerns about housing, and we support solutions that actually help housing, such as reasonable fee-based approaches that can fund first-time home buyers in workforce housing initiatives. And we're committed to being part of the solution, educating our operators, raising industry standards, and working closely with city leadership in design balanced enforceable ordinances. A 180-day cap does not fix nuisance properties. It eliminates your best operators, destabilizes working families, and pushes millions of tourism spend to other communities. Green Bay deserves a smarter, more targeted approach, and we're to help build it with you. Thank you.
Bridget Flad Daniels.
Hello, I'm the Reverend Bridget Flad Daniels. I live at 2117 Lakeside Place, and I'm here on my own behalf. My husband and I own an STR next to our primary dwelling, and I oppose this item. As a point to establish my credibility on this issue of affordable housing, may I point out that the congregation that I serve initiated the Ecumenical Partnership for Housing. We brought Habitat for Humanity to Green Bay. We created the Waitsman Condo Association, which provides housing for people with mobility issues. And I'm personally currently working on the purchase of yet another home for the Ecumenical Partnership for Housing. I'm passionate about affordable housing. The fact that this ordinance is coming in out of the ERC, a commission, again, that I am deeply, deeply in support of, with the intent of addressing the issue of affordable housing, is simply disingenuous. Even if the proposed ordinance were to go into effect, the data from other municipalities that have attempted similar legislation shows that home values drop by 1 to 2%. This will not move the needle in any significant way toward addressing affordable housing. What's more, availability doesn't increase in a desirable market. Rather than following this red herring, the ERC and the city would do much more to address this issue by encouraging the development of more affordable housing, multifamily dwellings, perhaps even designating the taxes paid by STRs towards such use. I hope that the commission will disfavor this ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Rick Desjardins.
My name is Rick Desjardins. I live at 2811 Classic Drive here in Green Bay. I own 3 short-term rentals within the city and nearly 100 long-term rentals within the city as well. I also serve on the Green Bay STR Alliance leadership team. I'm here tonight to oppose the proposed 180-day cap. Green Bay has been doing some incredible work to grow tourism, bringing back concerts to Lambeau, adding a professional soccer team, continually investing in events that draw people here. Placing a 180-day limit on STRs risks limiting not only today's tourism, but the opportunities we haven't even seen yet. We do not know what future events, teams, attractions, or developments will come to this city, and we should not restrict the capacity to support them. At the last city council meeting, I was concerned to hear a comment suggesting that these changes might force STR owners to sell. That mindset doesn't move us toward good policy or strong community relationships. We should be problem solving together and not working against each other. I understand the desire to improve housing affordability, but we have to be realistic. As a landlord, a well-known underwriting tool is the 1% rule. So I'm going to dive in a little bit about what that is. So in order to maintain a long-term rental property, a $200,000 home needs roughly $2,000 a month of rent to operate sustainably long-term. The median household income, as Mike shared, is about $62,500 a year within Green Bay. And that comes right from the U.S. Census Bureau. That supports an affordable rent right around $1,560 a month, just like Mike had stated. Based on the Zillow data that we pulled, out of more than 430 licensed STRs in the area, only 9 of those would fall into affordable range if converted to long-term rentals. That means these proposed changes would not meaningfully increase affordable housing stock, but they would harm hundreds of small businesses and property owners within the community. If our shared goal is to reduce nuisances and support affordable housing, there are better, more effective solutions. Enforce the ordinances we already have, target nuisance properties directly, encourage new construction, expand first-time homebuyer programs and rental assistance efforts. These strategies address the root issues without unintentionally damaging a sector that actively supports tourism, economic growth, and supports hundreds of business owners within the city. Thanks for your time.
Jason Fisher.
Good evening. My name is Jason Fisher, 2540 Breezeway Bluff Court, Green Bay. I own Stay Green Bay LLC, self-managed 10 fully licensed short-term rentals, and also serve on the leadership team of the new City of Green Bay Short-Term Rental Alliance. 10 years ago, my wife and I bet everything on this city. Every dollar of our savings, every late night, every risk. Today, it's our full-time family business. The income that feeds our kids, pays our mortgage, and keeps 10 beautiful homes on tax rolls instead of being vacant. When I first read this proposed 180-day rental cap, I won't lie, I lost sleep. For families like mine who followed every rule and built what the city once encouraged, this isn't regulation. It's an existential threat. You've heard legitimate concerns from neighbors, and we'll probably likely hear more. And I don't dismiss a single one of them. But in 10 years and more than 40,000 guests that I've hosted, my properties have had 0 ordinance violations and 0 police calls. That's not luck, that's professional management. I personally meet every single neighboring property and give them my cell phone number. 24/7 local contact signs on the front window of every single property. Full exterior cameras around the entire perimeter. Every one of my guests e-signs a 4-page binding agreement with strict quiet hours between 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. Parking rules, occupancy limits, and instant eviction for violations. They have a credit card on file, laminated rules on the counter, which to me is no excuses. Bad outcomes come from bad operators, not from houses or guests. Responsible operators are the solution, in my opinion, not the problem. The 180-day cap is a business killer designed as compromise. Tell any new brewery, restaurant, or hotel in the city of Green Bay that they can only open half the year and watch it close before the ribbon cutting ceremony is commenced. Dozens of local families cannot survive on 6 months of income. Green Bay deserves vibrant, responsible, short-term rentals that fill neighborhoods on game day weekends and pump millions into restaurants, shops, and attractions. Here's my offer, and I mean it today. The Short-Term Rental Alliance and every serious operator in this room are ready right now to sit down with the city staff and make my best practices the mandatory minimum for every license in Green Bay. We'll help write the rules, train operators, and police our own industry so no resident ever wonders on who to call. We cannot survive in being regulated out of existence by a cap that punishes good actors while the bad ones ignore the rules anyway. We're not asking for special treatment. We're simply asking for a partnership. Please reject the 180-day cap and any provision that kills responsible family businesses. Choose partnership over punishment. We love this city. We've bet everything on it. Now let us protect it with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, perfect timing.
Melissa Peterson.
Melissa Peterson, 1166 Morris Avenue, owner of a property at 1844 South Oneida Street. I'd like to just state that I oppose the 180-day ordinance, whether it's consecutive or not. I feel it harms the workers and our tradespeople. It harms our business, and it reduces the city taxes along with tourism. Direct rentals, VRBO, and Airbnb contribute over $1 million in tax revenue from us. Why cut that revenue in half? For what reason? I and many of us wouldn't rent out our homes, as we don't want the wear and tear and have to re-spend thousands of dollars again to refix it up. These homes are furnished down to everything. Pots and pans, furniture, everything, you name it. So it just wouldn't work. If I had to sell this home, the very people that don't have homes couldn't afford it due just to the taxes alone. I feel if landlords and short-term rental owners are included on future meetings, we could all help try to fix this national housing crisis. These ordinances would hurt more people than it helps, and that's defeating your purpose. Let's try to figure this out together. Let's get on committees and work together to fix this crisis. Thank you.
Ben Bauknecht.
That was really good. My name is Ben Bautnick. I live at 3409 Glendale Avenue here in Green Bay. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Short-Term Rental Alliance, as well as some neighbors, cleaners, staff members. Could not be here tonight, some of them because they're not able to health-wise, and some of them they're just out doing different things. So for the first one, to whom it may concern, as a neighbor of a short-term rental located at 1809 14th Avenue, I wanted to express my full support for its continued operation. Before the current owners purchased and renovated the home, it had unfortunately fallen into serious neglect. Previous occupants were involved in situations that brought law enforcement to the property, which created ongoing stress and concerns for a lot of the neighbors in that neighborhood. Since then, the transformation has been remarkable. The home is now beautiful, well-maintained, thoroughly updated, and cared for by very thoughtful property owners and hosts. The short-term rental guests have been very consistent, respectful, and quiet, so much that most of the time we barely ever know anyone is staying there. In every way, having this property as well managed Airbnb has been a welcome improvement to our community. I fully support its continued use as a short-term rental. That's from Debbie and Dan Kavanaugh. They live at 1817 14th Avenue. The next one is from an owner, 1615 Dolores Street. She's a neighbor of a short-term rental property, Debbie Garrett's. To whom it may concern, I am writing as a neighboring resident to share my perspective experience with the short-term rental property located next door to my house. Since it's been operating as a rental, there have been no issues or disturbances that have affected our household or neighboring properties. The guests who have stayed at the property have been respectful, and the property itself has been consistently well maintained. We have not experienced excessive noise, parking problems, or any other concerns commonly associated with short-term rentals. In fact, the property owners appear to manage it responsible with care for their surrounding community. Based on our experience, we have no objection to the continued operation of this short-term rental, as it is the appropriate and professionalism in which it has been run. Sincerely, Deborah Garrett, 1615 Dolores Street. The next is from a employee of a short-term rental. So to whom it may concern, my name is Rob, and I'm a veteran who served in the military for 4 years. I have had the pleasure to be able to help take care of garbages at over 38 short-term rental properties. Due to my PTSD, I am unable to work an 8-hour-a-day job and need to find ways to create income for my family. I am able to help elevate property management with taking out garbage and recycling bins on a weekly basis. This allows me to work a shift that I can handle and take pride in doing. If you impose these regulations on short-term rental properties, it will affect short-term rental properties and my employment. I'm not able to get a regular 8-hour-a-day job and have been looking for years for a job that I could work without affecting my health and my PTSD. Please consider this proposal to help all the people who have jobs due to the business brought to here in Green Bay, short-term rental properties. That's Robert Creek. He lives at 411 13th Avenue. These are city residents that have had good experiences with these and employees, and allow them to pay their rents and be able to live in our city. Thank you.
Frank Torres.
Good evening. Everybody hear me? All right. Yeah. It's great to see all of you again. Normally it's just me and like 3 other people at these things, and we're in a much smaller room. So I'm very excited to see everybody here this evening. And I hope that it becomes a regular thing. I have some exciting news. What if I told you that there's an opportunity for everybody to walk out of here with at least something that they want this evening? From what I hear and from what from my conversations earlier this evening involving some late developments, that could very well happen. You see, I actually support this ordinance, but I understand that the root of this problem is very complicated. And I also understand that the group opposing this ordinance is very new. And I also see that all the people that truly need affordable housing, including myself right now, aren't represented here very well at all. But at the same time, I respect the needs of those who are tired of having their neighborhoods disturbed by bad property owners. They exist. I've opposed them, and I've been fortunate to beat them a few times with a song in my heart. So I propose this. I propose we send the 3 strikes rule to the Common Council, and we table the 180 cap for now. Let's let the opponents of this ordinance get more settled. Let's get more people that need more affordable housing to the table. And let's come together for some more real solutions that can give us a more defined approach to solving what really is a big problem in this community. I've dealt with some real bad real estate sharks, property owner sharks, and they give up no ground. And I think the fact that that the opponents of this ordinance are willing to support what is essentially a quality assurance tool with the 3 strikes policy is very promising. And I think that's an opportunity we can't let leave this room. So once again, I would love for us to get something done here this evening and send this 3 strike ordinance to the to the Common Council. And let's have a longer conversation about solving affordable housing in this community. Thank you so much.
Steve Carls.
Good evening. My name is Steve Carls. I live at 1522 Dolores Street. Thank you for allowing me to share my perspective. My wife Sally and I are lifelong Green Bay residents who have owned one STR for over 4 years. We take great pride in providing a comfortable house for our guests while being responsible owners who live in the same neighborhood as our STR since 1991. Our STR narrative is somewhat unique to many you will hear during testimony this evening. We manage, clean, and repair and improve the property ourselves. This property provides income to assist us in keeping our home in the neighborhood. We have provided a needed home for grieving families, lodged volunteers on their way to provide relief to flood-stricken North Carolina, families in the area for various sporting events, vacationers, medical procedure patients, and more. Since 2021, we have contributed thousands to the city coffers in room taxes and licensing fees. During that time, our guests have contributed significant to the local economy, shopping at local stores, dining at local restaurants, and patronizing attractions throughout the city in greater Northeast Wisconsin. Make no mistake that limiting our ability to host by requiring the capping the number of days we host and raising the fees would kill that business. I understand the gravity of lack of affordable housing in Green Bay and sympathize with those in our community that struggle with this basic need. Putting me out of business would have no positive effect on long-term affordable housing. By continuing to allow me to provide room tax, licensing fees, and revenue flowing into the city coffers, made possible by my guests, could provide numerous opportunities for either direct assistance or programs to improve the city's housing affordability gap. I strongly urge the city to not enact the proposed changes to STR operations. I further believe we are good stewards of our community on both sides of the proposal. We are more powerful working together to seek out avenues to success together than legislating STRs out of business. Thank you very much.
Tony Waters.
Good evening, members of the Plan Commission. Tony Waters, 3896 Shortcrest Trail, Green Bay, Wisconsin. As a member of the STR Alliance, I wanted to share a message that I received on Airbnb from a guest this evening looking to come to town for the holidays. Hello, what a fun place you have. I have a couple of questions for you. My family, which is 6 adults, 4 kids, ages 10 months, 4, 6, and 8 years old, and a dog, of course, are looking at spending Christmas in Green Bay. My dad, brother, sister-in-law, and their adult children, and much of my extended family all live in the Green Bay area. My brother was recently diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, so he and his wife will not be able to host a gathering for Christmas. But we are feeling like it's more important than ever for us to be able to gather as a group. My question is, lost my spot there. Could we gather together at your place to celebrate our family Christmas? We'd likely gather on Friday, December 26th in the afternoon and early evening. It would be a hangout and play games, open gifts, and eat sort of gathering. Thank you for your consideration. Much appreciated, Amy. I, along with our Alliance members, could share hundreds, if not thousands, of stories like this. I've been operating for 6 years. A 7-night minimum and or 180-day restriction would impact the availability of stories like this. Lots of them. My request is to remove the considerations of a night minimum and night caps to allow many more stories and memories like this to be created in the future. Thank you.
Dan Piakowski.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Dan Pichowski. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Great Lakes Getaways, a professional short-term property management company. We operate a licensed short-term rental here in Green Bay at 1744 13th Avenue. And we're currently rated as a guest favorite in the top 1% of Airbnb with 0 noise violations and 0 police calls. I'm here tonight as both an operator and a proud supporter of the Green Bay Short-Term Rental Alliance. Over the past several weeks, I watched this community come together in a way that should truly stand out. When the future of short-term rentals appeared uncertain, reasonable operators, people who care deeply about their neighborhoods and about Green Bay showed up united. That alone should show how committed we are to doing things the right way and to being a part of the solution. At our property, we book well over 180 days per year, with the majority of stays falling between 2 to 3 nights. These are families visiting relatives, traveling nurses, business professionals, sports fans, and visitors supporting local events. These guests don't cause issues. They support local small businesses, restaurants, shops, and the overall tourism economy. This is why I strongly urge the council to look at the proposed 180-day cap with the same thoughtful consideration you recently applied to the 7-day minimum, and remove Common Council Directive Number 3 from the proposed ordinance. Just as the 7-day rule would have unintentionally harmed reasonable operators, the 180-day cap would do the same. Many professional operators, myself included, surpassed that threshold, and we are the same individuals who show up to work with the city, who follow every requirement, and who genuinely want to create a safe, accountable, thriving STR environment. Limiting responsible operators to 180 days doesn't address the real enforcement concerns residents raise. Issues like noise, parking, and behavior stem from how a property is managed, not how many nights per year it is booked. Good operators manage these issues proactively and effectively. Bad actors do not, regardless of how long their property is open for. This is why collaboration matters. The Short-Term Rental Alliance gives Green Bay something it hasn't had before: a unified group of operators who want to work hand in hand with the council and the city staff. We're not asking for special treatment. We're asking to continue operating responsibly and to eliminate operators who aren't meeting expectations, because we all bleed the same, green and gold. There is an opportunity here to create a model partnership, one that includes a quarterly working group between the city alliance and enforcement staff, shared best practices that operators implement, clear communication channels for concerns and reporting, and targeted meaningful enforcement for a smaller number of repeated offenders. This approach strengthens neighborhoods, supports the tourist economy, and builds a more accountable short-term rental community. We care about Green Bay, we care about good neighbors, and we care about working together with the city. Thank you.
Robin Andreka. Is there a Robin on Indian Hill? Is that Robin? Okay. All right, I'll go on to the next name. Mark. I don't know if that's a P or an R. Prispensbury on Main Street. Is there a Mark on Main Street? All right, moving on to Annette Chavez.
Hi, my name is Annette Chavez. I live in 1070 Shadow Lane. Probably one of the few that are here from my neighborhood. This is the first time I've ever seen so many people for the STRs. We call them party houses. We get 1 out of 10 people that come in our neighborhood that aren't partiers. When you go down the street, you have like the guy was saying before, bachelor parties, family reunions. When you have people from, you said 6 o'clock in the morning, they can make noise, or 8 o'clock in the morning. When you have people saying the F word all day long until 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, you don't get any peace. We can't even open our windows in the summertime. We can't sit up and have a conversation because all you hear is F, 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 and people drinking all day. Then they leave, then they come back, then they start slamming doors at 2 o'clock in the morning when you're trying to go to sleep. So I live at the end where the bars are. When they get out of the bars, guess where they come? They come down our street. If they got to take a piss, sorry about that, they take it where they have to go, anywhere in between. I never had to put up a fence in the 45 years I've lived in this neighborhood. Only the second homeowner that lived in this neighborhood. The first homeowner, him and my brother-in-law built a lot of those houses in that area. I recently just lost my neighbor in May. She was the first homeowner there. 2 days ago, I lost my other neighbor on the other side. She's been there for the first homeowners. So I lost two. The one, the right side of me sold their house 2 weeks ago for $350,000. The day later, the guy who was talking about he's going to put an E-window in, wants to get the place back to residential. Guess how much the house is selling for now, everybody? $525,000. With the one day he upped it for $175,000. So much for a residential, right? So if anybody wants to buy that house, it's only $3,400 for rent per month without even the taxes. Talk about taxes. Our taxes doubled in the last couple of years because of these places. They keep buying. They raise the price of the houses. That raises the prices of our taxes. We don't get any extra income coming in from these places. They want more than 180 days of rentals for people because you guys are losing money. Think of the other way. They brought money into the area. Before they came here, there wasn't any people who did the lawn, who did the housekeeping, right? And all the taxes. They brought the people into this area, so they had jobs that they never had before. I don't know how they were losing money when they bought these properties. They knew the rules. And now everyone wants to change the rules. I mean, I can't see the 7-day rule because somebody had did that a couple of years ago in our neighborhood, and that didn't fly. There was a loophole in it, and they got past the loophole. I'm sure there's a loophole yet right now for the 7-day stay. Talk about parking. Me and Melinda had this conversation a couple years ago. They have their garages all decked out, nice, right? They don't want anybody parking in their garages, so they have a 2-stall garage, and they have 20 cars parking at nighttime, overnight time. You know, it's ridiculous to have that many cars. When you live in an apartment building in this town, you have to provide parking for your residents and for the people who are guests. They don't have any parking for the guests. How many people stay in these places? If it's for 10 people, they have 20, 25 people sometimes staying the night in these places. And the noise is ridiculous. If anybody wants to see the pictures, I have tons of pictures and tons of video. So thank you. I appreciate your time.
John Griffin.
Hello, John Griffin, 1285 Liberty Street. Over the past 12 months on room tax, I have given $5,007. And as far as what I paid my cleaners over the past 12 months, that comes to $12,890. So that's not any small amount. Multiply that by however many, 450 short-term rentals. Of course, their numbers are going to be different. What I haven't heard yet, and I'm interested in, is what is the total amount of room tax that is collected from the city, and what's it used for? And furthermore, how are they going to replace those funds if they enact some of these ordinances that they're talking about? I'm sure that's a number that the city has that you guys could dig up, and it should be public record. If the real reason is affordable housing, I have a couple of different ideas for you guys. One, you do the same restrictions on hotels in town. You say hotels have to rent out for only 180 days a year. And if you did that, you'd see real fast that these hotels would turn into more affordable housing. The other option I could see would be, all these big Victorian houses in Astor Park. You take that whole historic district and you say, okay, if you sell a house in Astor Park, instead of being a single family house, now we're going to turn it into multifamily. We can fit 4 rental units inside that big historic Astor Park house. If you guys are looking for more affordable housing options, those are 2 to look at. They both sound pretty absurd to me. I don't think the neighborhood would appreciate it in Astor Park, and I don't think the hotels in Green Bay would appreciate it. They should sound absurd because they're not they're not solutions to your problem. Just like taking the 180-day rule is not a solution to your problem. If you try to get insurance on a vacant property, the insurance is twice the amount as it would be if the property is occupied. The reason for that is because a vacant property is a higher liability to the insurance company. So why would the city or a resident want to have a vacant property next to them that's higher liability? It means you're going to have more break-ins. If a thief knows that this house or this whole now community is not being rented out between the months of, well, let's pick January to June, well, gung-ho, where do you think the crime's going to be? It doesn't make sense. And one other thing, as far as I've heard 2 complaints, which is kind of ironic, of people who, and I understand why they're upset, but they're complaining about the property values increasing. Well, okay, what about the individual who purchased the house, is living in the house, and has a nest egg in the house and wants to sell that house to pay for the retirement? You're on the flip side, that's a positive thing. To have your house value go up by 25%. Most everybody would agree that that's a positive thing, not a negative thing. So thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Rick Schilke.
My name is Rick Schilke. I have an Airbnb at 1485 Beamert. I live in Ashwaubenon, and I do have an Airbnb right next to me. And I will say, I love having an Airbnb next to me. It's much quieter than when I had neighbors. I never have any problem. The people that manage it, I think it comes down to a lot of people, how they manage properties and maybe some of the rules. I mean, I concur with the gentleman back there who has a lot of problems. Well, they allow 16 people. Maybe the council should be looking at how many people can stay in a place. I mean, I have 3 bedrooms, so I allow 6 people. So it's like if you can allow tons of people, that's where you're going to have these party houses. So I'm against the 180. I don't know why there should be any figure. What is the purpose of that? To just limit for some, there's no reason. I heard no reason why it should be limited. And why should the days be limited? I mean, my average stay is 1.5 days, and I'm retired. It was a house I grew up in, and it's cleaner than my own house. So that's about all I have to say.
Jody DeMuth.
Thank you for letting us talk today and bringing our concerns to you. My name is Jody DeMuth. I live at 1600 South Locust, Green Bay. I'm right into the heart and soul of Green Bay Lambeau. I have an Airbnb right next to me. I have no problems with them, not whatsoever. I walk the neighborhoods. I don't see any trash. I don't see anything after football games or after people have rented out. A lot of people say they trash the place or they do bad things, but in my neighborhood, I haven't seen a whole lot. So I think that my neighborhood is probably managed very well. I own KD and JD Cleaning, so a lot of my business is Airbnbs. I have 9 cleaners who I paid out over $69,000 last year in wages. And they all have families, and this job works around their schedules that they have. I have 1 full-timer. This is all she does. And this is what supports her family. She has 3 kids. And so I'm not really a public speaker, as you can tell, I'm very nervous around people, but this has a lot in my heart because I'm very happy that I'm able to help these people support their families. And I'm glad that this business is a big part of it. And that 1809 14th Ave, I actually manage that one with the owner. And so I'm on her list. And our Airbnbs, 5-star ratings, we have a high expectation of keeping that way. And problems, we don't hardly ever have problems. But it's like a lot of these people mention, it is about how you manage. It's about how, you know, the guest, a lot of these managers, they have expectations written out in their Airbnbs and they take really good care of them. They usually do everything on the list. So I think we do have a problem with some. I agree with that full-heartedly. And I think we should address that. As one guy brought out, too many people in an Airbnb can be a problem. But I do want to say I'm fully against the 180 days, because if you would have went with that 180 days, you could have probably knocked off about $20,000 off of my cleaner's wages. And that's why I'm here. I don't care about my wage. I don't even include my wage in that. That's their wages that I care about. So thank you very much.
Scott Miles.
Good evening. My name's Scott Miles. I live at 1189 Raleigh Street. I do not own any Airbnbs, but I do own 2 commercial properties, one in Howard and one in Bellevue that are currently leased out. So I am a property manager in that sense. But I purchased that home about a year and a half ago. And as far as what I purchased that home for, if it is like if people had said earlier about the housing and the numbers, it was far substantial more. It's a smaller 3-bedroom ranch. You know, I have Airbnbs next to me, behind me, across the street. I walk around on game days, game weekends, you know, meeting people that are in from out of town. I haven't experienced any of the partying or loud or anything. They're very excited to be close to Lambeau, taking in Green Bay. You know, I don't see or heard anything tonight on why you would limit it to 180 days rental. And it sounds as well tonight that there is a new short-term rental alliance that's willing to work with the city, and any little nuances or anything can be a win-win situation. And so I oppose any of the 7-day, which it sounds like it's already been resolved, in the 180-day minimum. Thank you.
Jolene. That's all I got. Pingum. It's a D or a P. It's cursive. I can read cursive, but is there Jolene on Ellis here today?
That might have been for the prior one.
Oh,
For
my
Jason
bad.
Street, yeah.
You're right.
Yep.
All right, we've got Steve Bielfeldt.
Good evening, and thank you for listening to me. I am one of the extremely unhappy property owners living adjacent to an Airbnb or short-term rental. I live at 1954 West Telemark Circle. The short-term rental is 1934 West Telemark Circle. West Telemark Circle is a 1-block street. There's a conservancy on one side, the west side, and the short-term rentals on that side. My house is on that side. This short-term rental sold last year for $800,000. It's a really nice house. They could put up to 20 people in it. It's the only one with a pool, a hot tub, a fire pit, games in a backyard that goes back 150 feet that's lit all night long. Now, if you have a high-end hotel, you have a pool, a hot tub, and whatever, but you have walls that go around that so the rest of the guests don't hear that noise. We hear that noise all over the place, all the time. During the summer, this place rents for $1,539 a night. So when they have 20 people in there, they have a lot of kids. Kids are in the pool, they're having fun. They also put in a high-end game room, which is part of the garage. And they put 8 cars in the driveway, which takes up the whole driveway. All the other houses, the 7 houses adjacent to here, are on Zillow between 700 and $1 million. All the other houses have 2 people living in them, and most of them are a retired couple. It's just a really quiet neighborhood with a high-end hotel right in the middle, and there's noise all the time. So I called the police last June because at 1:30 they woke up my wife and I for the second night in a row, reported it, they came, and about 20 minutes later the noise went away. The next day I called Kathy Hinkfist, our older person, and told her about this. And then she then called the police chief, and he said, yes, indeed, there was a complaint, but we don't know that's a short-term rental. He goes, as a matter of fact, and tell me if I'm saying this wrong, we don't know where any of the short-term rentals are in Green Bay. So in this ordinance, which I have printed up, it says any penalty, there shall be any violation, there shall be a penalty. Well, how can there be a penalty if the police don't even know who to report it to? Now, I don't know if this has been fixed since then, but the gentleman that owns this lives in California. So I'm up at 1:30 in the morning calling the police, and he's sleeping in California. It hasn't been reported to the city council or whatever, and there's been no violation. He doesn't get a fine. He doesn't get anything, and all I get is a headache. Now, this noise is all the time. 8:30 Sunday morning, 9 o'clock Thursday night. We have a really nice deck in the back, and I can see their pool because it's just grass between their house and our house. And when there's kids in that pool, when there's adults in that pool, and when there's people drinking in the evening, like when I called the police, it's intolerable. Now, we have a little different situation than some of these other people, but my recommendation is, and you're going to like this one, is to rescind the entire ordinance and go back to my restrictive covenants, because I don't want anything to do with it. But at minimum, go 180-day maximum and 7-night minimum. Thank you for your time.
Nick Meisner.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for the time today. My name is Nick Meisner. I am with Discover Green Bay. Discover Green Bay is the official tourism marketing and sales organization for Brown County and the greater Green Bay area. Just a few stats to start out with. In 2024, visitors to our community spent over $847 million out of their own pockets in our local business and our local community. When you add in the indirect and other spending, that total goes north of $1.4 billion. In 2025, it's really important as tourism marketers, as we're positioning Green Bay for tourism growth, to have a large market of lodging options. We have fantastic lodging here, from Hotel Northland in Green Bay and beyond. But some travelers don't stay at hotels. In fact, we've seen an increase in some of the sports and convention planners who come to the city looking for alternative housing options like Airbnbs. So unfortunately, even if Airbnbs were not in existence in Green Bay, we would not likely move those travelers to hotels. We would likely move them and their economic impact outside of the city where short-term rentals are available. We do understand that there is a housing shortage here, and especially in the affordable housing area. I think as an organization, as Discover Green Bay, we can say that the Short-Term Rental Alliance that we've heard from tonight has really shown that they have some ideas, and we would encourage a balanced approach forward, working with the short-term rental operators, as well as options for affordable housing to find a balanced approach. there's a way to go about this, and the restrictions would inhibit the ability of tourists to have the options that they need to really enjoy the greater Green Bay area and grow the economic impact of tourism in our region. Thank you so much.
All right, that is the last of the names that I have written down. So if you would like to speak on this item, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. Oh, well, everyone's here. Oh, my, thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Amanda Williams. I am located at 301 South Maple Avenue, and I'm the owner of a cleaning and lawn care business here in Green Bay. I may not know all the financial numbers like some property owners do, but I do know what I see every day. My team and I maintain 15 short-term rentals, and through that work, I've had the chance to interact with guests from all over the country. What I hear from them is clear. People want more short-term rentals near our stadium, near Titletown events, near downtown district, near attractions like Bay Beach and Wildlife Sanctuary. They want options that hotels simply don't provide. Hotels often charge high rates, require multiple rooms for families, and limit the space kids can play. As a parent of 5 young children, I know firsthand how difficult that can be. Short-term rentals, on the other hand, give families and groups the ability to stay together, cook meals, and enjoy time in the comfort of a home. The benefits go beyond the guests. When visitors stay in these homes, they shop at our stores, eat at our restaurants, support our local economy. I was born and raised here, and I've seen Green Bay grow from a place with very few attractions into a city with real energy. Short-term rentals have played a role in that growth by keeping visitors here longer and encouraging them to spend money locally. I also want to emphasize that these properties are well maintained. My business provides cleaning, lawn care, snow removal, landscaping, so they look presentable not only to guests but to the community. In 6 years of working with STRs, I've never seen the kinds of disturbances people worry about. In fact, STRs allow hosts to review guests and prevent problem renters from returning. But rules like the 180-day limit or the 7-night minimum hurt small business owners like me. I've already seen properties sit empty because of these restrictions, which means less money for our town and fewer opportunities for families to visit. Many of these homes were purchased not just for STRs, but also for personal use by families who want to come back to Green Bay. If they stay empty, nobody benefits. So tonight, I ask you to consider the bigger picture. Short-term rentals aren't just about lodging. They're about tourism, economic growth, and supporting small businesses like mine. They help families, they help our community, and they help Green Bay continue to grow. Thank you.
Jerry Hansen. Oh, wait, that says for item number 5. So Jerry, oh, never mind, Jerry wants to know.
Hello, Commissioners. Jerry Hansen, former city attorney for the city of Green Bay. Dealt with property my whole life. Property purchases for all over the place. Currently live in Ledgeview, but I've got 4 places around the Lambeau area, and I'm trying to not repeat what I've already heard. And just to give you an example, so I've got 1810 South Ridge Road. I've had that for, I want to say 10 years. I originally got a conditional use permit on that place. It was approved. Okay. And then the Act 10 came through and then it opened up. So first of all, if the whole ordinance of STRs was scrapped, I'd probably still be okay with 1810 South Ridge Road because I've got a conditional use permit on. So yeah, bring it on. I just bought 1802 South Ridge Road, right next to my son's property, and then 1802, complete disrepair. Just put a new roof on it. Bought it for $350,000. Going to throw probably $100,000 at it to fix it up. Property values in that area are going up. if you put the limit of 180 days on it or the 7-day limit, what would I do? I'm not going to sell for lower than $500,000 on that place once I fix it up. It's going to go to somebody else. It's going to go to a person in Chicago that wants to live near the stadium. Okay. It's not going to change my value. And I'm not going to sell. I'll sit on it. I'll use it for, I'll use it in different ways. There's rentals. I can rent it probably those places for $2,300 per month, have just renters in it. I can go with a medium-term rental. And if you stayed with the 180 days, I'd use it for just the big games and things like that. I do think if you put the 180-day limit on and the 7-day limit, the 7-day limit, I think all you're wiping out is guests with families coming to the city of Green Bay. I've got I've got a twice-a-year rental for 6 ladies who are sisters who just love the place. They want to get together every 6 months at my rental. Wonderful. It's a family gathering. It's different than the hotels, and that's absolutely what people are looking for. So allow the guests to come in here, allow the families to come in and stay at. I enjoyed the tourism, the Discover Green Bay tourism information. All you're doing is inhibiting tourism if you go with the 180-day period, and the nightly caps. You can work around. I can work around the night caps, but other businesses, it does look like it's just going to limit families coming into Green Bay and enjoying Green Bay. They'll just go elsewhere. So, thank you much.
Suzanne Nash.
Hello, I live on West Hillmark, the neighbor on the other side from Steve of our new Airbnb. My husband and I bought our property about 10 years ago, and it wasn't a cheap property. It's abutting a preserve, but it was quiet. Taxes are high, but it's worth it for us because we're retiring in a place that we love, in a house that we love. That changed last summer when the Airbnb moved in, and the summer was chaotic. I feel for the gentleman in the winter greenhouse. We're not quite that bad. He wins on that one, but we're close. We have noise a lot. The pool outside has outdoor speakers. I think, well, let me read you a couple of our records. 2:30 in the morning was the record for noise at night with music and people talking loud and by the pool. I've had people knock on my door asking me to take my dogs inside because they don't like them barking. She's a year old. What can I say? She's a puppy. I've had people knock on my door asking me if we could keep them inside because they're having a wedding party and reception in the backyard. My biggest count is 16 cars in the driveway and street outside. At the time, I didn't know there was an overnight restriction. So I don't know what the overnight total is, but 16 cars is a lot. If you saw our neighborhood, it's quiet and it's an intimate neighborhood. I have smelled weed. Have fun with that. The house turns over sometimes, usually twice weekly. So I get a new batch of energetic people ready to party twice a week, each with their own little picture of what they want their vacation to be like. And I'm so nice that they come and tell me about it. We like it quiet. We may be partying. We've had to build our lifestyle around these rental people next door. When the owner first bought the house, I had not talked to him, my husband did, but it was my husband's understanding that they were going to use the house themselves as snowbirds. That never happened. It was rented out from the get-go. And my husband was diagnosed last summer with stage 4 melanoma. It is not in his playbook to be partying every weekend or many nights during the week, but that's what we've done all summer. It has quieted down over the winter, but I expect it to start up again in the spring. I don't know what the answer is. I'm all for making a profit for all you guys, you know, making a good living for your people that service your rentals. Good for them. They deserve a good living. But the price gets paid by the neighbors. And I know, I'm assuming most of you are good owners. Good on you. I'll be real short with my closing. The list that I saw of violations that we can call in, I don't expect theft, I don't expect whatever, but it should not be up to us to police these properties and to call the police and to ask them to please quiet down. That's not what we paid for in this property. It's not what we expected, and it's not how we lived for 10 years. So I'm hoping we can find a better solution. Thank you.
I think, did Amanda Williams already speak? Okay. All right. Josh Brown.
Hi there, Josh Brown. I live at 363 South Main Street in Oconto Falls. I'm actually a property manager for some Airbnbs here in Green Bay. Having the 180-day limit and the 7-day restriction would definitely cut back a lot on the rental income, and my job may go away. I'm a single dad. I have 3 girls, so the income means a lot to me. Also, our main cleaner, we paid her around $60,000 last year. Single mom, she really depends on that. It's a big deal. And I feel like if these restrictions are put into place and some of the rentals go away, we're just going to push those rentals, the Airbnbs, the short-term rentals, to other communities away from Green Bay, and we're going to lose a lot of that, the goodness coming from that. And some of the problems that I've heard, that's more having more restrictions and more like the 3-strike rule, things like that, like coming down like on the people who aren't maintaining the properties, or like we have to have like so many parking spaces, how many parking spaces are at the properties, a lot of different rules so that there aren't people parking in the street and taking over the neighborhood. Like we have strict rules to make sure that we keep the neighbors happy. We want that to we want people to be happy and be okay with the rentals there. So, but yeah, that's all I have. Thank you for letting me speak.
Cinnamon Hartley.
Hi, I'm Cinnamon Harley. I live at 1198 Canterbury. Thank you for letting me speak. I live in Ashwaubenon. I have an Airbnb behind me, and there was one problem that we had with them, and it was shut down. The people we have a problem with our neighborhood is the homeowner. So I'm actually a long-term landlord, and my take on this is going to be a completely different angle from all this. Yes, it provides an income and all that other stuff, but there are so many different aspects to look at this. People complain about the taxes. They also forgot that Green Bay did not raise their taxes from 2004 until 2022. That's where tax increase comes from. Why this is kind of important is a city relies on different income streams for its budget. Property taxes is the largest place we get our income from. Sales tax are the second largest portion of the budget that Green Bay is going to use. And the third one is fees. So when we upgrade our properties, I bought I have a 9-unit building, bought it from a landlord that was not a stellar landlord. Police knew him very well. The housing inspectors knew him very well. Those calls stopped. I put $300,000 in my long-term rental. I'm trying to keep my rents as affordable as I can. But what that did was increase my assessed value. I pay more taxes. That benefits the city. It's a double-edged sword. That means I did my job right. That's what they're all doing. They're increasing the taxes. They're increasing what they pay to the city. Sales tax, that's again, increasing what they do, and the fees. So if you just talk about just The 450 that we say we have, that's just their fee to start. That's $225,000 is coming in. So a renewal is $112,500. That's just the permit fees. We're not talking the sales tax, the room tax, nothing like that. And that's not even talking about the income that the tourists are bringing in. Why I like that as a property owner, it keeps my taxes lower so I can provide affordable housing for my tenants. Without them, where is the income going to come from the city? They were just talking about they wanted to raise the budget. That's going to come from the taxpayers. We already saw a lot of people losing their homes with that first initial spike. More people are going to lose their homes. Wisconsin is ranked in the top 10 for the highest property taxes in the country. Some studies say we're number 7, some number 9. A lot of them are settling at number 8. That is not a war we want to win. We need to lower some of these so people can stay in their homes. So, and a selfish reason, we need them here because I don't want to pay more taxes. Let them increase and bring in other money and let them do what they need to do so we can keep our houses affordable. Thank you.
Erica Escamilla.
Hi, my name is Erica. I live 2747 Humboldt Road. Me and my fiance run a small cleaning business, and we've been cleaning Airbnb since 2021. We currently clean 25 properties with 7 full-time employees, including me and my fiance. Most of those are 1 to 3 night stays. That's what keeps us working consistently. If you make a 7-day minimum and a 100-day rule, those bookings disappear. And when those bookings disappear, so does our income. We're not big investors. We're just a local couple trying to support our family. These shorter stays keep us and all of our employees employed week to week. I understand wanting to manage problem properties, but these rules hurt everyone, not just the bad actors. Please reconsider and look at with solutions that don't punish hardworking people who actually live here. Thank you.
All right, that is officially the end of the list I have. So if you would like to speak on this item, please come to the front, state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Zach Waldrop. I own 857 5th Street in Green Bay. I also manage 3 other short-term rentals in Green Bay. I own Team First Property Management, and we manage our short-term rentals under Packer Land Stays. I wanted to come in and just talk about my experience. Initially, I was going to go over all my numbers, talk about how none of the properties I manage are affordable. They're all over the $250,000 mark. Personally, I've invested more than $100,000 in my own short-term rental. I took the second worst house on the block and made it the best. The house next to mine is 853 5th Street. It's been vacant for the entire time that I've owned my short-term rental. It's also a duplex. So that would be something I see as an opportunity to try and fix affordable housing, is to look at those loopholes. I was going to go into a bunch of other things I wanted to bring up, and just because everyone's done a great job speaking. The first thing, I don't think anyone has talked about making a requirement for the lease or for the rental agreement. Excuse me, it's not a lease. I think that would be vitally important to require owners to require their guests to follow the rules that we want as a community. And I also think the fact that the police don't know what the short-term rentals are is shocking to me. The partnership there has got to tighten up, because you can't manage what you don't understand and don't know. As an owner, we want to exemplify the best of what Green Bay is. So I think tightening up the rules is very much important, because all these homeowners that live in these areas that have very valid complaints very much need an opportunity to have their complaints addressed. As an owner, I care. I care about my neighbors. So the last thing I wanted to say, my first neighbor at my house is Betty Hintz. She's a retired lady. She's a single lady. She's lived in her house for 40 years. She watched the previous homeowner run that house into the ground and rent it to everybody. The first thing I did was pressure wash her fence. I asked her if I could help her with some landscaping. I added some baskets to her house. I make sure that she's taken care of. I helped her with her lawnmower. I helped her shovel her lawn. My neighbor next to me, Bill Wilberg, he had a medical situation about 10 years ago. He built a house in Oconto. He wanted to rebuild his house that he lived in, the vacant one, but he wasn't able to because of his medical situation. So he doesn't come and mow the lawn. My guys mow that lawn so that we don't have a blight in the neighborhood of someone not mowing it. The next neighbor over is a rental tenant. They had some problems with their house. They also had a bunch of garbage they needed hauled out. I brought my dump trailer over. I hauled it all for free. I helped them fix some things in their house for free. I care about my neighbors. I care about providing a great neighborhood. I grew up in Green Bay, went to East High School, went to house school. I lived on Cherry Street. I watched The Dive from the 90s. And I'll end. I'm just going to say this. Us as owners investing in these neighborhoods, I understand it makes the home values hurt, but I'm investing in neighborhoods that people don't want to invest in a lot of times. And we're trying to turn it around to showcase what's going on in our area and the fact that older stock can be improved upon. So I'll stop now, but that's really the thing. Look at that lease, make people have real rules, and then give these owners a real way to get bad property shut down. So thank you.
Tony Schneider. I live at 1019 Crawford Street. I am an owner with my family, my two brothers and my dad, of an Airbnb on Holiday Avenue. I'm not here to talk about that because I agree with everything that's been said here tonight. However, I was an owner of a owner-occupied Airbnb in a less desirable part of town. Not sure if I'm able to say the address of that place, and I will not. But it was a neighborhood growing up that we didn't want to go to on the west side of Green Bay, but it was the only house that my wife and I could afford when we were first looking for our first home. It was a home that was up for 10-day auction between owner occupancy, or I believe it was a nonprofit sale of some sort. And if no one were to bid on it, it would have been razed and brought to the ground. The only way my wife and I could have afforded it was to buy it at the price it was at, $54,100, $100 over asking, just in case. And we got it. We were the only people to bid on it. The only way we were going to be able to afford it after sticking double that into the property in order to live in it was to rent out the upstairs of that property. And that's what allowed us to stay in that home for 4 years. Really appreciate the neighborhood that we were in. The only reason we moved out because the house was not fit for a young child, which we were expecting at the time. Otherwise, we would have gladly stayed down there. But what that was allowed us to do was renovate the place, make it a desirable area, and make it a desirable home for the family that recently moved into that property. So speaking from the other side, it allowed us being able to host as an Airbnb host. It allowed us the opportunity to be homeowners and now afford a home that probably wouldn't be marked as affordable in the Green Bay area. So I agree with everything that Airbnb hosts here have said, owners have said, but I'm also in agreement that I think there needs to be something done for these nuisance properties as well. So thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Lawrence Kikuti and my short-term rental is at 1624 Chateau Drive. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council this evening. I oppose the proposed short-term rental ordinance changes, including any minimum night stay, the permit fee increase, and the 180-day maximum occupancy, whether that be cumulative or consecutive. No other small business is restricted from operating half the year. I do empathize with the neighbors who have nuisance B&Bs near them. Perhaps a more valuable ordinance could be limiting the total occupancy. Honestly, 16 to 24 or 16 to 20 people in a B&B is a frat house. I lived at this property for 12 years before renting it out as an STR starting last August. It's the only rental property I have, and I still live in Green Bay and work full time. I have received no complaints from guest stays. I am in regular communication with my neighbors, and they have my number and my co-host's number in case any issues arise. One neighbor even offers to help around the property, although my co-host and I are there every week. I did not receive any notice or invitation to comment at the ERC meetings. Through the process of preparing the property to be rented out, I've paid approximately $1,400 in sales tax plus the permit fees twice. Through these efforts, I have supported multiple local small businesses, including window screen replacement, window cleaners, painters, ventilation cleaners, HVAC contractors, carpet suppliers and installers, multiple consignment and antique stores, upholsterers, storage units, house cleaners, yard maintenance, coffee companies, and more. Additionally, my co-host receives a percentage of each booking that goes to support her family and those who she employs to help her turn over the property. These are just some of the local businesses that would lose revenue from short-term rentals if these ordinances kill the market, not to mention the livelihoods of these workers. The city has received approximately $1,700 in room tax revenue in only 4 months of operation from this property. If these ordinances pass and I was forced to convert the property to a long-term rental, I would have to charge a minimum of $2,600 a month just to cover costs without making any profit, putting it out of the range of what would be considered affordable housing in Green Bay, and the market value of the rent would likely be much higher. In order to contribute to a solution to the affordable housing crisis in Green Bay, I'd like to see the city use the room tax revenue to build affordable housing rather than improving and building expensive high-rise apartments around town and multi-million-dollar condos around Titletown District that are owned by out-of-town people. Additionally, short-term rental owners could reinvest their profits in single or multi-family properties for long-term rentals that could additionally contribute to a solution for affordable housing in the area. That's what I plan to do, but if these new ordinances pass, the city will lose tax revenue and none of these solutions will be possible. Thank you.
My name is Kevin Lincoln. I lived at 1508 Hillcrest Drive, and I really am impressed by all the figures and taxes and all that, but just goes to show you one thing. I live in a residential area, and all this is business talk. Aren't these all businesses, aren't they? You ever hear with these people, they don't say, well, I take care of this or that, or like we talk, like I take care of the garage door, I take care of this and that. They say, we manage our properties. That's all it is management and people hired from the outside. I understand that Green Bay really can't prevent where these places are, right? Because the state controls that. And that's kind of a stupid lack of control. But the state does overrule us. So I got to acknowledge that. And I do feel for the people that own all these places and that, and I'm a free enterprise person. So to put a 180-day limit is just really really? In my case, there's an Airbnb across the road or a rental, STR, whatever. We know, the guy knows who it is. I don't have to mention names or addresses, but I tell you one thing, there's been a lot of problems there. But rather than whine about it or come up here and be militant or whatever, that's not going to solve anything. Just like coming up here and saying, well, if that person got out of there, it would be affordable for everybody else. No, that's not true either. So there's a couple of issues there. I'm kind of with this gentleman right here. I think you should table the 180 days and then work with a group that represents short-term rentals to really put some rules in place. And, you know, a lot of people talk about, well, we got to enforce this, we got to enforce that. Well, I don't know if you noticed, there's like 15, 17 police officers short already, the last time I heard. And to call the police all the time, we're getting back to what this lady said here. We are policing it. A lot of these people here sounded like really good owners. So I think it's a question of having your ducks in a row as far as what the owners do, your rules, your stipulations and that. But, you know, it still comes down to the people that rent it because that owner can't be there 24 hours a day. So we've had, you know, like where I live, just to mention one thing, is like 9-10 cars parked in the driveway and fireworks at midnight. But I mean, that's neither here nor there. We can't be calling the police every 10 seconds. They might be at a big fire or an accident. So rather than do that, I think working together to establish some solutions is the appropriate way to go. And I guess the 180 days for me is like, I'm a free enterprise person. I don't see that, you know, it doesn't help business. But you got to remember one thing, we're in a residential area and that's a business. These are all businesses. They're not homes. Even though they say they're homes, they're not homes. They run as businesses. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Jane Lincoln, and you just heard my husband speaking. My address is 1508 Hillcrest Drive. And as he mentioned, we do have, I guess it's an Airbnb, a kidney corner across the street from us. And one of my biggest complaints was this summer, I couldn't leave my windows open during the day because the music was so loud coming from that place with the parties. I had to shut the windows, even on a nice day. Well, having the air conditioning is not a bad thing. But the music was still so loud, I couldn't even hear my TV set. I couldn't watch TV because the music was so loud. And I knew it was coming from this Airbnb because I went outside and I followed the noise. And it was coming from that place. I take walks normally on that street every day when I can. I am a cancer survivor and I hope to keep it that way. But I try to walk and keep my exercise going. Every time I walk past that home, I count an average of 5 to 10 and sometimes 15 to 20 cars parked in that driveway. Today, there were 6 cars already this afternoon parked on the lawn. So I don't know how many cars they were going to pack into that house tonight. There was one night, there were so many cars, they went and parked on the side street where we live, and there's no parking there. So they pulled over and parked on our lawn. And I thought, oh, these are just our neighbors having a party. So, you know, it's no big deal. But as it turns out, these are not our neighbors. These are people we don't even know that have no affiliation with the neighborhood at all, except that they're there to have a party. And someone over here tonight just mentioned that he got an email or a text from a family that wants to come and rent one of his properties because they want to have a Christmas gathering with their family. Now, in our world, we call that a party. So that tells me they're renting the place to have a party. So a lot of these rentals are for parties. They're not necessarily for people to come and stay overnight and have a nice stay vacation. They're renting them to have parties. Like I said, we've had music that's been so loud that I can't even hear my TV set at night to watch a movie. It's been so loud. And we can't say for sure that the fireworks were coming from this house because all of the neighbors were outside that night after that started to happen because the party was getting to be so much fun. They decided to go out and have fireworks. They stopped as soon as we all came running out of our houses to look and see who was doing that. And I can mention a name to you that I think you would all know who he is. He's the county supervisor. He was one of them driving up and down the street trying to find out who was shooting off the fireworks. So we suspect it was from them, but we're not sure, no proof. But like I said, there's always a lot of cars parked there. And someone here tonight already said somebody wants to rent one of his houses for a party. Can I say one more thing? Because this is important. This is important. This goes to what somebody else had said before. A good solution would be to make sure the police do have a listing of the names of people who own these houses. Then that way, when they're called with complaints, they can check their list and they will know that this is a complaint that's going to go against one of these house owners. Thank you.
Janet Angus. I have called 1403 Shirley Street, Green Bay, Wisconsin, my home for 65 years. I want to remind all of you that I'm part of the neighborhood association for the Lombardi Neighborhood Association. And I want to remind all of you, I think you all got a letter from our association regarding the issues. We are opposing the 7-day minimum and also the 180-day restriction. And I think it's very detailed. I don't want to go through that and read it. It would take a lot longer than 3 minutes. And I don't really want to say what everybody else has said, but the Lombardi Neighborhood Association is opposed to the proposals that are in front of you tonight. I have two other issues. First of all, does anyone know what the fiscal impact will be to the city of Green Bay if we lose the short-term rentals in Green Bay? How is it going to affect city revenues and our debt obligations? Would it be a significant economic impact? Please ask these questions of finance before moving this forward. Our room tax supports the Rush Center, the KI Center. 80% of the room tax goes to those two entities to pay off our debt and our obligations. And I think the other 20% goes to Discover Green Bay. If we lose our room tax, and I could be wrong on those numbers, but I think those are correct. If we lose our room tax, how do we support those? How do we pay our debt and our obligations? I'm curious about that. Now I have a story. I own a short-term rental at 1804 Spence Street. It's been in my family since 1964. When I was a little girl, I had to go over and help paint and clean. And it was a long-term rental until 2018. In 2018, the neighbors called me and said there was garbage on the lawn, beer cans strewn all over. It was a mess. I had a bad tenant in there. They had parties. They had underage drinking parties. It was bad. I wasn't aware of it because, quite frankly, I think having long-term rentals and short-term, one short-term rental now, I think I take better care of the short-term rental because I go in and out more. You have to do the laundry, you have to clean, you get a rating on Airbnb. If your place is not clean, you don't get that 5-star rating and you won't rent your place. So I think that my long-term rentals, I sort of just let it go. And if I didn't keep track of it as well. And it was a nuisance property. It was terrible. When I went in, I had to spend a significant amount of time, money, and elbow grease to get it back up to a place that was habitable. These people, they had 10 people living there. There were people in the basement. There were people, it was a 3-bedroom house. There shouldn't have been people living in the basement. It snuck up on me. And, you know, short-term rental things can have problems. Long-term rentals have problems. And I just think that if owners are aware of the problems and they're good owners and they want to have a nice community, we take care of things like that. You know, we either try to work with people, or in this case, I evicted them and turned the unit into a short-term rental. And it's been, I have to tell you, one of the best things I've ever done. I've met people and I think it's joyful. So, but please look at those revenues and also maybe reread that letter from the Lombardi Neighborhood Association. Thank you for your time.
Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for being here tonight. My name is Brooke Tassel, and I'm a member of the Green Bay STR Alliance leadership team. I want to talk about a narrative that's circulating, and that's this idea that STRs create nuisance neighborhoods. While we definitely empathize with the people here today who've had complaints, Jane and Kevin, who spoke before me, we talked in depth before the meeting, and we want to address those. However, I want to pull back a little bit and look at what the data tells us about the effects that STRs have on neighborhood safety and nuisance. Our group pulled parcel data for all 442 short-term rental licenses in Green Bay. And we looked at the number of police calls per year before those properties turned into STRs and after. And here's what the numbers say. Police calls dropped by 93% after STR conversion. To give you that in actual quantity, when the same set of homes were long-term rentals, they generated an average of 478 police calls per year. That's nearly 500 police calls per year. Today, the same set of properties as STRs is generating 62 police calls a year. That number is also inflated because we have identified a few outlier properties that have 10 to 12 police calls each. Without those, it would be under 40 calls per year. So when you zoom out, the picture is clear. A very small number of homes are receiving complaints, while the vast majority are improving safety, reducing disruption, and freeing up police resources compared to when they were long-term rentals. That's why the 180-day cap will not be effective. It doesn't target problems. It doesn't reduce nuisance. The few outlier properties that are generating the most police calls will likely continue operating exactly as they are because most of them are under the 180-day cap anyways. So nothing changes for problem properties, but the safe and compliant homes will be eliminated. That's not something we'd ever do to any other industry, as some of my colleagues have mentioned. Hotels, bars, restaurants all inevitably receive calls and complaints from community members. And that has never led anyone on the city council or any commission to request that they shut their businesses down 180 days a year. We need to solve the problem at its source, not by shutting down responsible businesses. So we're asking you to please remove the 180-day cap or table this ordinance altogether. Don't eliminate operators who are bringing value to the city and helping stabilize our neighborhoods. Allow the STR Alliance to work with you to support the few problem properties and help bring them up to standards that the rest of us are already meeting. And in the process, protect local jobs. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ron Morris. I'm at 306 North Clay. I happen to live next door to the second most popular visited space in Green Bay, the Oval Office. I reclaim my time. I've operated it's a multifamily, it's a duplex, upper and lower. I reside in one unit and I do Airbnb out of the second. I've been doing it for about 8 years. When I initially signed on, I recall an article in the Green Bay Press Gazette that criticized short-term rentals, Airbnb and the like, because they charged us, or they suggested that we would cut into the hotel business, and spent quite a bit of time talking about that. I've noticed the number of hotels and that have popped up in the Ashwaubenon and surrounding areas, and I have a hunch that my little joint next door to the Oval Office probably does not cut too deeply into the hotel business. One of the things that I have identified recently, since I was notified about this, is that there was it seems like there is an equal opportunity or equal committee report that came out. Equal Rights Commission. Thank you very much. The Equal Rights Commission report that came out that seems to mirror quite a bit of what is being said here. I did a couple of things via AI that helped me to understand. Unfortunately, it didn't write a speech very well for me to use it, so sorry. But what it did point out for me is something that I'm going to ask this committee to at least consider, and that is that report has quite a number of contradictions in it that will be easy for you to use in making a mindful decision. Men and women that are here do indeed as others have said, empathize with the variety of experiences that that have been reported here. But what this suggests to me is that a very thoughtful, in-depth, multi-pronged approach to solving this problem so as not to sort of alienate the millions of dollars that are generated through short-term and the experiences of short-term rentals. People have talked about investing in properties that would otherwise be left, and a variety of other benefits. There are challenges. Those challenges should be addressed in a thoughtful way and not necessarily, as some have suggested, with a sledgehammer. So I think that's enough. Thank you.
I'm Kim Martinberg. I have an STR. I also had a 4-bedroom rental house that I had to sell. I totally love having an STR. I'm able to be creative and provide for people to come to this area, and they love being able to feel a part of the area. When I had a 4-bedroom rental, there were cop calls all the time going there. I had people take off with my appliances. I lost thousands of dollars. I couldn't control them to keep the yard clean. Now I had the house that I STR out was unlivable. I purchased it at an auction. You couldn't live in it. I fixed it all up. And now instead of it being an eyesore, it's really a beautiful piece of property in the neighborhood. I've gotten to know all the neighbors, and I would reach out to people that have Airbnbs that are near you that are not doing well. Go up to the house. We are all required by Green Bay permit that we have to have a sticker in our door that looks like a building permit. If you go up there, the name of the owner will be on there and the phone number. So I would suggest if you're having problems with your neighbors, go up to the window, write down the phone number and call the person directly, because we have to have that up there. We also have to have in our listing, as per Green Bay ordinance, of the ordinances and rules. And Mike Batat is wonderful with helping us to get that in our listing, where we have to have down there that there's 10 o'clock. There's no noise after that. There's rules and regulations we have to follow. And I hate to see this business leave. And I'm against all the changes you want to make. And thank you for listening.
Can you state your address for the record, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's 1206 Gross Avenue. Thank you.
Is there someone online? Oh, okay.
Okay, we're going to switch to people online. Let's start with Laura's iPhone. Laura, are you there? Okay. Let's switch then to Millis, M-E-L-I-S.
Hey, Melissa Miller, 3113 School Lane, Green Bay. I'm here tonight, not just as an employee, but as someone whose stability, health, and ability to support my family depend directly on this work. This is more than about management for me. This job provides the foundation of my life. It's how I pay my bills, maintain my health, and keep my household stable. Year-round operations aren't just helpful for me, they're essential. Without them, I cannot maintain the life that I've built and worked so hard for. Recently, during an inspection at one of our properties, I saw one of our housekeepers working with her young child quietly beside her. This moment reminded me that this industry supports real families, people doing everything they can to provide for their children while showing up and doing honest, necessary work. Another example is one of our maintenance team members. A stray cat kept appearing at one of our properties looking for food and safety. Instead of brushing it off, he took the cat home and gave it a family. This is who works in this industry. People with compassion, people with heart, people who care. You might be wondering, why aren't there more housekeepers, maintenance people, and landscapers here tonight? It's not because they don't care about the issue. It's because they're picking up their kids, juggling after school activities, cooking dinner, and getting ready for early morning shifts. They're the backbone of this industry and the very people who would be hit hardest by the 180-day limit. A 180-day limit wouldn't just reduce operations, it would take away the stability that allows me and so many others to support our lives, care for our families, and maintain our health and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anne Moore.
Hi, Ann Lore, 1591 Beamert, Green Bay. I currently split my time between Denver and Green Bay for business and family reasons, but my husband and I are lifelong residents of Green Bay. I graduated from UW Green Bay with a degree in accounting in 2009. Green Bay is my home. I currently have 6 siblings living in Green Bay area, including my elderly parents. Both of my husband and I are Hmong Americans, and we are children from poor, uneducated immigrant family. That was my dad, a Vietnam vet, who was honored this past Saturday during the Green Bay Hmong New Year at the Crest Center. I am a short-term host, and I oppose 180 days cap on short-term rentals and raising permit fees. Instead, I look forward to collaborating and working with the city. I work with 3 small businesses. Janelle, she's my cleaner. She lives in Green Bay. She couldn't be here tonight, but asked that I share her perspective. Janelle is a mom and a wife. She has been cleaning since 2019. She cleans for 5 other short-term rentals in addition to mine. This income helps put food on her table, pays bills, and sports for her kids. Losing this income will hurt her family. I have paid Janelle over $15,000 this year. I also work with San, who works full-time in manufacturing and runs his own handyman business. He asked me to tell you that being his own boss gives him the flexibility and pride. I paid San almost $9,000 this year. San is also an immigrant who came to the United States when he was a teenager with no money and limited English. He successfully built a small business. And then there's Brody, a middle school boy from my neighborhood who knocks on doors looking for work. I paid him $40 a week to mow during the summer, and he's currently helping me rake and bag leaves. This is the kind of initiative we say we want from our youth. Short-term rentals give young workers like Brody real opportunities and real earnings. When you talk about regulating short-term rentals, you're not just limiting business owners like me. You're limiting people like Janelle, Son, and Brody, people who rely on short-term rentals. These are truly the marginalized individuals trying to support their families and grow their small businesses of their own. I guarantee jobs for 3 families, and these restrictions will not help affordable housing or help them. I'm asking you for collaboration instead of restriction. I ask that the 180 days cap be removed or tabled. This will only help people like Janelle and San. Let's find a solution that supports housing and while still allowing business owners and workers to continue earning a living. Thank you.
Thank you.
I figured out my technology. You called on me the last time?
Laura?
Yes, thank you.
Great.
Oh,
Go ahead.
okay. My name is Laura Ritchie of 3801 North Quail Ridge Drive in Appleton. I own Appleton Corporate Housing, and we specialize in midterm housing with flexible leases in Northeast Wisconsin. My husband is a retired disabled veteran, and we are one of the small business owners who would be devastated by limiting our ability to rent our properties for half of the year. My business specializes in very flexible leases. And so while my average length of stay is about 90 days by its completion, most people in the past have found us by taking on a shorter stay and extending as their professional placement or relocation timeline demanded. My midterm flexible leases have allowed hundreds of professionals to serve important roles in the area. This includes a heart surgeon who coincidentally ended up performing an emergency procedure to my husband's own mom. I've hosted a specialized prenatal and baby surgeon, hundreds of nurses and support techs across our many hospitals. I also have hosted dozens of engineers on special contracts, roofers, and workers employed by area construction companies. I've hosted dozens of energy and infrastructure teams. I've helped families who needed to relocate for professional jobs in the area. I've hosted families supporting their loved ones going through treatments at area hospitals. And many players who are on the practice rosters vying for their day as Green Bay Packers with uncertain lengths of stay. Limiting the amount of days we can rent our places by half has no positive outcomes that I can even imagine, but does hurt someone who is relocating looking for their forever home or in turn to serve a valuable position. All these individuals who want to relocate to enhance our city may not be able to transition to this area with half the year shut down. By arbitrarily limiting our businesses to rent our places by half the time, you will absolutely jeopardize the ability for a local family to be able to make their portfolio mortgage, which also includes long-term rental units for local families. This proposal directly targets the small business person who has invested in their first homes to rent and feeds the larger business hotels and other communities instead. This proposal directly harms small business owners that include my own woman and disabled veteran-owned business. Financially speaking, from the perspective of one of these small business owners, these homes have been purchased based on their ability to earn income, and you'll be putting dozens of small business owners like myself in crisis of being able to pay their mortgages and potentially cause us to even lose our businesses or potentially our own homes, especially for those who only have one or two short-term rentals. Also, from my personal experience, a vacant house or apartment is a target for vandalism, squatters, and major damages. This ordinance does nothing to help anyone but potentially attracts crime to what will be vacant properties and vacant neighborhoods. My small business employs 8 individuals full-time, including maintenance, construction, and management. This highly random initiative would immediately impact their ability to support their families. We also regularly hire laborers in plumbing, electrical, landscaping, construction, etc. Please consider opposing this destructive ordinance that targets the very people who are investing in this community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Tim?
Thank you and good evening. I will try to be as brief as possible because so many good speakers have come before me. What I wanted to say is the city of Green Bay has struggled with economic vitality and affordable housing for probably about 50 years. 20 years ago, I was fortunate enough to be on the Citizen Advisory Board in Green Bay that gave citizen input on the 2022 plan. And we identified a lack of economic vitality and a lack of affordable housing back then. So anybody that has criticized the advent of these short-term rentals as contributing to unaffordable housing, I think it misunderstands that data. As we've heard tonight from so many inspiring stories about the small businesses that have cropped up and come into existence because there is now a demand for those services by the short-term rental owners. So many inspiring stories of housekeepers, cleaners, lawn care, snow removal. What I think nobody mentioned yet, and there was brought up the Equal Rights Commission. What we heard from today were so many minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, and these businesses were succeeding and being able, in some of these instances for the small family businesses, for them to be able to buy their first home because they had now earned a living wage and a home became affordable. What I would suggest going forward is that this planning commission harness all of the good energy in this room. And I'm talking about the energy from the short-term rental owners, the businesses that service them, and the community members that have showed up here today to say that there are some things that aren't working and we can do better. What I would recommend is that the Planning Commission suggest to the city council of not adopting the 180-day regulation, not adopting the 7-day stay, and instead consider having the planning commission put together an 18-person standing advisory committee. It could be populated by all the good people you heard from today in the Housing Alliance, the Short-Term Rental Alliance, the short-term rental businesses, as well as interested neighbors. And I think if that met monthly or quarterly, it would be a tremendous resource for the Planning Commission. I know when I sat on the Citizen Advisory Board almost 25 years ago now, it was really valuable. We had great input. If we can take the energy that we have in this room today, the good ideas, the spirit to lift our city up and keep it being great and have that going forward, the city will have really accomplished something through this discussion. The properties that my wife and I have are at 1624 South Locust and at 1311 South Locust. You heard from Miss DeMuth earlier today, who told you she's not a great public speaker, but she was. She talked about our neighborhood and the positive relationships we have with our neighbors there, the positive relationships we foster with them. And you heard from Miss Williams earlier. She's one of the people that cleans and takes care of our properties and is a great ambassador, not only for the short-term rental, but our city. So please do no harm to these great people. Please reject the new regulations and please protect all the great people you heard from today. And let's do something positive going forward. Thank you.
James? All right, let's go to Rob.
Hi, good evening. My name is Robert Heinrichs, 1807 Losthoffen Road. I have a property at 1830 12th Avenue that we short-term rental in the city of Green Bay. I'd like to thank the Plan Commission for their time on this matter this evening. I know it's getting late. I would like to echo the input from former Green Bay City Attorney Hanson, Discover Green Bay's Mr. Meisner, and the Lombardi Neighborhood Association. And I am personally familiar with Ron, who is over by the Oval Office, and what a great way he operates his property. I own the property next door to Oval Office as well in the city of Green Bay, Excess Nightclub, and we have a good neighborship going on. We are proposed to the short-term rental ordinance in all of its facets this evening, as I'm very concerned about how it was brought about in the first place. The 180-day limit and 6-day minimum requirements are severely detrimental to the short-term rental industry in our city and the local community members that we support through our business operations. The short-term rental business model supports local cleaners, contractors, and maintenance staff on a consistent basis that enacting the proposed restrictions would severely limit or more likely end. A lot of these are people that are building their opportunity to get their first homes, and we are helping them do that. These jobs offer local community members options that work with their personal and family needs by offering flexible schedules and consistent hours throughout the year that the 180-day limit would end. The short-term rental houses are also the forward face of the hospitality industry for the visitors to Green Bay. As Nick Meisner had said, a lot of people are just looking for that short-term rental option over the hotel room option. Giving them flexible options instead of the small hotel rooms when they are visiting family who are in hospital stays, we've hosted them. Holidays, we've hosted them. They are not parties. They are people who are home for the holidays, who are coming to visit family members and have a place to make meals and enjoy their time with their families in a place that a hotel can't offer them. There's anniversaries and many other important life events, which are most of them are outside of the NFL calendar year. I know a lot of people think the short-term rentals operate only on the Packers schedule. They do not. I ask for a complete denial of all these restrictions and support the collaborative efforts with the Short-Term Rental Alliance in the city of Green Bay. The draft was a great opportunity for Green Bay businesses to come together with local government to provide world-class experience and opportunities for visitors to our city. This continues into 2025 and as Green Bay expands into 2026 with additional attractions, especially after we have just had the spotlight of the world of the draft highlighting what our great city is. I thank you for your time on this matter.
Thank you.
James is here. I'm so sorry I missed you last time.
Oh, that's fine. Go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you for everyone for your time and for staying tonight. I really appreciate you guys listening to everyone. Um, Good evening. My name is James Albright. I live at 2107 Elway Ave. I'm speaking tonight in opposition of the 180-day regulation on STRs. My opinion on these regulation recommendations is one of concern. I'm concerned of the government getting too comfortable adding too much regulation to a local industry. I personally do not own a local short-term rental, but I'm speaking tonight to express an average community member's large concern of government putting too much regulation on a local industry. Which local industry is next for the city to get their hands on to add limits on operating days? Restaurants, bars? Imagine quickly, if you will, you're an owner of a small family-owned grocery store in Green Bay. You've worked hard day in, day out to provide great service and experience for your customers. Floors are clean, the shelves are stocked. Now imagine the city is listening to recommendations that you can only open 180 days a year. The city says, don't worry about it. We're not putting you out of business. Just do business 180 days instead of 365. This proposed regulation on STRs is no different. The property owners have worked hard to get where they are, and it's not for the city to pressure them to sell their properties with an arbitrary 180-day limit. Which local industry is next for destructive regulation? To my surprise, last week, November 11th, the Common Council meeting had an ERC vice chairperson was asked, what is the goal of this recommendation? Is your goal to push these people out and make them sell their homes? The vice chairperson said yes. Then, in a confusing twist, a short time later in the same meeting, ERC chairperson noted our goal with this recommendation was and is not to punish or take away anyone's sole income. The goal can't be both. These regulations both punish STR owners and will pressure them to sell their homes. There seems to be some confusion on what the goal is with the ERC recommendations. There's thousands of local community stakeholders across the STR industry that need to be taken into considerations, from Uber drivers and bartenders to cleaners and maintenance personnel, just to name a few. They add up very quickly. Approving these regulations would wipe out 450 local businesses, and that can't be done. Not in our city, not in any city. It would be a huge loss for the thousands of local community members. No local government should tell any local businesses how many days they can be open to operate. What industry's next? Lastly, if there's a belief that increased fees or room tax on STRs is needed, my only request would be that the city of Green Bay at least put all STR fees and room tax into a dedicated fund that helps families with their purchase of their down payment for a new home. So down payment assistance, if you will. From the 2020 Green Bay Housing Study, home purchase down payment was called out as a primary barrier to those purchasing a new home. This fund would make a huge difference to local families. Conversely, in the same recent housing study, it noted that ownership affordability is considered a low priority due to the healthy, affordable housing stock. I urge the Planning Commission and the City Council not to pass these regulations. No STR owner in the city of Green Bay should be pushed out or forced to sell their homes through government regulation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jamie?
Hi, my name is Jamie Claremont. I am a real estate professional and own 1019 Redwood Drive. I am an out-of-state owner. I grew up in New Franken, Wisconsin, and spend a lot of my time in my youth in the Green Bay area. I currently reside in Minnesota and wanted to provide some insight for a out-of-state owner, as there have not been any of us that have really spoken too much this evening. I am in opposition of the 180-day rule, and I have employed many Green Bay residents as my cleaners, landscapers, snow removals. My in-laws also help me manage the property and are on my placard outside of my home, as well as my contact information. I have become friends with every single one of our neighbors. We had my son's birthday party there last year because Miss Cindy across the street is his favorite person. And she was there, as well as my neighbors to my left, my right, and behind us. I love my street. I love my neighborhood. I am very disheartened to hear by some of the bad actors that have taken place with some of the neighbors that have expressed their concerns, and just wanted to show that there are great out-of-state owners who love the neighborhood and police themselves. I am the one, when I notice that there are bad renters that have come by, which have happened twice this summer. It was nothing that took place because I watched as they came in. I count the people as they come into my property. And as soon as I notice there is more people than what is on my listing, my reservation, I contact the person who has made that reservation. And I put a stop to it immediately because I take very much pride in my property, in my neighborhood, and I want to make sure that they are respected and are being treated with respect by those that are renting my home. I have all of the listings from the regulations of my short-term rental agreement with the city of Green Bay, not only listed on my property. I send it as my first email communication with them the day of which they check in. I have my rules and regulations printed in a book on our table, first thing they see when they walk in, as well as a digital copy that is sent to them also through our messaging system. We encourage those, enforce those, and if there is ever any complaints, which there has never been, every time I come back to the house, which is typically once every 90 days, I check in with every single one of my neighbors. I also am in contact with my neighbors on a monthly basis via text message. They all have my personal number, and we talk not only about how everything is going at the property, making sure that there is never any issues. Their main response is we don't even realize that anybody is there. Everyone has always been very quiet and respectful. And then we always have a personal conversation because we care very much about those around us, whether that's shoveling their sidewalk when we're back in the winter and we have some elderly neighbors, we take care of them because I know that they are taking care of us. And if they ever notice something at our property, including a tree branch on our roof, they call me and they tell me because we care. Again, I oppose the 180-day rule, and thank you very much for letting me speak this evening.
Thank you.
Jackie?
Hi, thank you. Jackie Greeley, 1739 14th Avenue, Green Bay. And I would like to urge the commission to pursue targeted enforcement rather than broad restrictions in any short-term rental ordinance revisions. As currently proposed, the changes will not have a meaningful impact on the housing affordability outcomes that they are intended to address. Restricting short-term rentals will not reliably produce long-term housing. There's no guarantee that a short-term rental, if shut down, will become a long-term rental or an affordable home for a local family. Many short-term rental properties would not be suitable or financially viable as long-term rentals, and if capped, may instead sit vacant for part of the year, doing nothing to improve housing access. Updated data is needed before changes are made. The proposed changes rely in part on a 2020 housing study, which does not reflect post-COVID market realities, changes in interest rates, tourism, or construction costs. Evidence-based policy requires current data, not conditions from 5 years ago in a dramatically different housing economy. Short-term rentals are not a main driver of housing inequity. The ERC's own affordable housing report did not list short-term rentals as a core barrier to affordable housing. And if short-term rentals are not a primary issue, it's unclear how imposing major restrictions will translate into measurable affordability gains. The NFL draft artificially inflated short-term rental numbers. Growth from 120 short-term rentals in 2022 to 430 now is not a normal market trajectory. It reflects a temporary surge encouraged by the city to host the 2025 draft. Permits have already begun to decline from the peak of 500 during the draft. These amendments risk solving a temporary event-driven spike with permanent restrictive policy. Limiting short-term rentals may backfire on neighborhoods. Any restrictions, particularly a 180-day rental cap, could lead to less property maintenance and monitoring, more vacant homes for longer periods, and fewer flexible local jobs in cleaning, landscaping, and repairs. These outcomes do not advance affordability and may worsen neighborhood stability. Most short-term rentals operate without issues, and the ERC report acknowledges that the majority of short-term rentals are well managed and that relatively few police calls involve these properties. If most operators are not causing problems, then broad one-size-fits-all restrictions are not the most effective or fair response. A better alternative is targeted enforcement. As responsible owners, we support clear nuisance enforcement, a 3-strike policy for problem owner operators, and permit and communication improvements. This approach would address neighborhood concerns without promising housing benefits that restrictions cannot deliver. I ask the Commission to table changes to the existing ordinance, or if an amendment is made, avoid restrictions that lack evidence of improving housing affordability, and instead adopt a targeted enforcement model that addresses actual nuisance properties while continuing to support tourism, small-scale ownership, and neighborhood investment. Thank you for your time and your service to the community.
Thank you.
Fran? Fran, if you're still looking to speak, can you please unmute yourself? You can call.
I'll do my thing. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
Are you able to hear me now? I'm sorry about that.
Oh, Frank came back.
Yes.
Perfect. First of all, thank you for staying so late. I know that there's been a whole lot of folks speaking before me, and I don't want to reiterate a bunch of points that they've already talked about. I recently polled 54 short-term rental housing owners. Actually finished that poll today. All of them in the Green Bay area, and 100% of them indicated the proposed restrictions passing would eliminate the ability to run a profitable short-term rental. To be perfectly blunt, this aligns with the stated goal of one of the authors of the ERC report last week, when he indicated that the goal is to push people out of homes so that they're sold in pursuit of, quote, affordable housing. Before we effectively execute hundreds of small businesses in Green Bay in pursuit of such a goal, I'm hoping that we can focus on the measurable impacts that doing so would actually have in the Green Bay area, both in looking at the real impact reducing or eliminating short-term rentals would have on housing affordability, and also what it would do to the local economy in the reduction of local jobs, taxes, fees, and obviously tourist spend. We all want to make housing more affordable for people in our community, but putting small businesses out of business by the hundreds, particularly given the lack of actual evidence or data that would indicate that it has any measurable impact, is not the answer. To that end, there's no hard evidence that I was able to find that shows significant impact on housing affordability or increased supply as a result of significantly restricting short-term rentals. In fact, most peer-reviewed research suggests it doesn't. Few units would likely work on a long-term rental basis, particularly given the costs involved. The vast majority of the homes would not be considered affordable housing, even if that were the case. Even if you essentially liquidated all of the short-term rentals, that would increase supply by about 1%, which would have no bearing on impact or affordability. On a monthly basis, it's common for us to see supply and demand of housing fluctuate by way more than 1% every single month. In almost all cities that have implemented significant short-term restrictions, the consequences did not pan out how they were intended originally. With dozens of examples in other markets enacting similar restrictions and not finding success in their endeavor, I hope that Green Bay is willing to take a scientific approach, clearly define what success looks like prior to implementing any changes. Above all, we need to protect our community and look to solve housing challenges not by dismantling small businesses, our economy, or destroying the trust in our community. This is our home. We should treat it as such. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you please provide your address for the record?
Oh, yes, 1198 Shadow.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? No, we can only speak once. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
Yeah.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Let the record reflect that no one else came forward, and this public hearing is now closed.
Request for a 5-minute break before proceeding with the agenda.
Motion for a 5-minute break. Yeah.
Motion for a 5-minute break. Second.
All right, motion by Vice Chair, second by Commissioner Rinsky. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Yeah, we're not on.
Please find your seat.
All right. All right. That's it. All right. All right, we're going to continue our meeting now. Moving on to, oh boy, where were we? Item number 10, consideration with possible action on amendments to section 44-1580 of the Green Bay Municipal Code, chapter 44, related to short-term rentals as discussed in communication PC-25-03.
Thank you, Chair. So looking to just sum up some of the questions that came out. There were a lot of comments, some questions. I'll tackle it this way. So when noted back to the PowerPoints, right now, there are lease agreement components that are given as suggestions to short-term rental permit holders to put forth as part of their lease agreement to STR leasers. And clearly you don't want to put the whole zoning code or municipal code in. It would be long, so they try to hit on bullet points. Those bullet points would be occupancy, vehicles and parking, fires and firewood, garbage and recycling, litter, animals, and noise and odor. So there were some questions that came forth as far as like, this house is having far too many folks who are occupying the house at a given time. So it's noted on the lease agreement component for short-term rentals that are given to applicants that when it comes to occupancy for actually sleeping there and living there for that short-term rental, that every room occupied by one person for sleeping purposes must contain at least 70 square feet of space and 490 cubic feet of space per person. If in that same room you have another occupant, you need to add on 60 square feet of floor space and 400 cubic feet of air space. Additionally, you can't use a basement for a dwelling unless it actually is built to be a basement habitable for bedroom capabilities. When it comes to vehicles and parking, discussions of vehicles being parked and stored on the property must be licensed and operable, that you must keep right-of-ways such as sidewalks and terraces clear of vehicles, except for Packer game weekends, you cannot park on the lawn, and that parking is prohibited on city streets between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. You can have plenty of cars at your house if you can, on your parcel, if you can fit it onto what's there for available space, you can park them in legal parking stalls. Additionally, it is good to know that there might be some folks who are taking attached garages and using those only for, say, gathering spaces. I will note that as long as one space is available per building, that meets code. So as long as you have space to park a vehicle inside there, you can choose not to park a vehicle inside of a garage. Plenty of folks simply use their garages for storage areas, need to have at least one enclosed space. There are other issues as far as noise. Just to clarify, the noise ordinance goes from 10 to 7. That's for everybody across the board. That's when white hours are at. Additionally, we will note that as far as some changes I've made over the past year, and relating back to some anecdotal comments about police calls, the potential to look up a property on the city website to see if it is a short-term rental permit is a relatively new thing. We're striving to make different, to keep on updating and modernizing our processes. And that's where the existing paper forms will be updated here in the near future to just be online permitted inputs rather than paper forms, to try to make this easier for folks to navigate. And then finally, what I want to note here is that in your packets, you received some additional letters of either support or opposition to these items. Many of those folks of the 25 that you received here today spoke tonight, but I'll tally it up that total was 24 opposed, 1 in favor of the ordinance changes of what you received. Additionally, as noted in the staff report, when this was heard at Common Council, This past Tuesday, there were approximately 20 people who were opposed, 4 in favor, and 1 who gave comment. And then tonight you had approximately 48 or 49 folks speaking, with about 40 who were opposed. So with all that said, the recommendation from staff is we do not have a recommendation for you for these proposed changes. Staff reviewed this idea back in 2023. We did not have proposed changes at this time relating back to the areas that we as a city currently have options to change, which would be the 180-day minimum and the rentals for that are up to 6-day minimum. So with reviewing that and knowing how complex this issue is, we do not have a recommendation.
Okay. All right then. Well, I've been on the commission for 9 years, and these short-term rentals have been a problem since day one. I think that I understand what they were trying to do with the 180 days. They're trying to crack down on party houses, and they're trying to get more affordable houses. Now, I heard a couple people say, I heard one gentleman say that there was only, of the short-term rentals, only 11 would have been affordable. I heard another gentleman say 9. Just off the top of my head, I can think of 3. And I don't know a lot of them, but just the 3 that I know, one on 14th, one on 12th, and one on Western, that I think would all be affordable. So I understand what they're trying to do, but I don't agree with the 180-day limit on that at all. But the nuisance I know that people, you don't want to be policing your own neighborhoods, but if they're going to have, I guess it depends on what we do, but if they're going to have 3 strikes to be a nuisance property, it's those calls that drive that. So if you're not calling, if you're not letting the police know, then they're not going to be able to do anything about it because there's no calls on it. There's no data on it. So I understand you not wanting to, I understand not wanting to police your own neighborhoods, but that's what's going to have to happen in order for these nuisance properties to get under control, because this has been going on. Short-term rentals has been going on longer than 9 years, but that's as long as I've been dealing with them. So, that's how the nuisance properties are dealt with.
Yeah, I would just say doing my own research on this, if you start with the end goal in mind, and the end goal with the ERC report was to have a flood of affordable housing. Quite honestly, some of the houses that were coming on the market, I couldn't even afford myself. And I went with a realistic view of like a 9% down, 30% household income. Medium income was a little different than it was stated, that I found was around 67, 66, 9. 9% down, that would be $230,000, $250,000. I think if you look at where the map is of what most of those homes are, they wouldn't be in that market. So starting with the end goal in mind is to flood, per the report, is to flood the market with affordable housing, what is considered affordable and for who. And if most of us can't afford those houses, $600,000, $700,000, $800,000, then is that really affordable? So for me personally, it doesn't make sense for that. But I do definitely understand the nuisance piece, and I agree with you, Chair. You have to flood those calls to flood the police or whoever with those nuisance calls, because that's the only way they're going to be corrected. So.
Go ahead. Oh, turn here.
All right. So I'm Joey Presley. I'm the Alder for District 6. I'm also a member of the Equal Rights Commission, who co-authored the Equal Rights Commission's report on short-term rentals. I have a lot I want to share, so I hope you'll be patient with me after being patient with a lot of other folks. Because I want to respond specifically to the Short-Term Rental Alliance's Sustaining Green Bay's Growth, a Balanced Data-Driven Solution for Short-Term Rentals report that was submitted to all of y'all as part of your packet. I want to acknowledge that they have done a lot of work in a fairly short amount of time, and they've organized, they've collected these numbers, they've tried to make a data-driven case, and I think that's really good. We should be talking about the data, and arguably Equal Rights Commission's report did not talk about it enough. So to talk about the data, there's really two economic impacts we're looking at here. The impact on people who live here, the renters and the home buyers, and the impact on the STR owners and the people that they hire and support. So starting with the housing side, in the 2021 to 22 permitting period, Green Bay had 69 licensed short-term rentals. Today we're at 444 with 9 more in the pipeline. That's an increase of about 540% in just 4 years. We can calculate the effect of that proliferation on rents and home prices using Barron, Kung, and Proserpio's calculated elasticity, which comes from the most comprehensive and well-cited paper on this topic, covering Airbnb data from 10,355 US zip codes. So that study finds that with every 1% increase in Airbnb listings, rents go up about 0.018%, and home prices go up by about 0.024%. And that broadly aligns with case studies in other US cities. When you apply their approach to our local increase, about 540% growth in STRs in the last 4 years, you get a conservative 3.4% increase in rents that can be attributed specifically to short-term rental growths. So the median rent right now in Green Bay is $1,060 according to Zillow data. So that means if short-term rentals had stayed at their 2021-22 level, the median renter in Green Bay would likely be paying about $35 per month less. So $420 less in rent each year. That's just talking about rent. That's not talking about home prices. So $420 a year, that might not seem like a lot to you, but from personal experience, I have a $100 medical bill sitting on my kitchen table, and I don't know how I'm going to pay it by the end of the year. For seniors, that might be drug copays. For a family, that might be groceries. It's a small amount, but it is an important amount. And it's also an important amount when we look at citywide. We have 19,500 renter households in the city. Calculate that out with the 420 per year, and that's 8.2 million a year in additional rent that Green Bay renters are collectively paying. And again, that's before we start talking about home prices, which the research suggests is an even stronger effect than the effect on rents. So when we talk about economic impact, we can't just look at the visitors and the hosts. We have to talk about the people who are paying the bills every month in our city. So looking at tourism, this report that they gave you, they gave a big number for the impact of STRs, $117 million per year. I want to break that down. So they get there by multiplying 25 million in STR revenue by a 3.7 times tourism impact multiplier. So the first problem there is that 25 million times 3.7 is 92.5 million. It's not 117 million. Second problem, they get the 3.7 figure from the 2024 Economic Impact of Visitors of Wisconsin report from Tourism Economics. That report gave a number of 16.3 billion in direct visitor spending, of which 4.4 billion was lodging sales. So they divide 16.3 by 4.4, and you get a 1 to 3.7 ratio of lodging spending to total visitor spending. So there's one small assumption with that and one really big assumption. The small assumption is they're applying a statewide data to a municipal problem. So they assume that tourism spending doesn't cross municipal borders. There are about 250 STRs within a mile radius of Lambeau Field. So a huge amount of their spending is not just going to Green Bay, it's also going to Ashwaubenon and other municipalities. Not just Green Bay, like the 3.7 multiplier assumes. The big assumption, though, which is implied in the report, is that if STRs are reduced or regulated, all that extra $2.70 per dollar in extra spending vanishes from the local economy. There's not any evidence for that. If you look at cities that have done these sorts of regulations, sometimes much stricter, sometimes looser, city after city where STRs have been regulated, tourism has continued to grow. New York, in 2023, they regulated very strictly, caused an 80% drop in the number of short-term rentals, but they saw record tourism in 2024 and 2025. 2025 is said to be the biggest on record. New Orleans, 2023, 2024, they enacted consecutive regulations, and they saw record tourism. Ashwaubenon locally did the same exact thing that the original communication proposed. In 2023, the next year saw increased rent tax or room tax and increased tourism spending. So that 3.7 multiplier assumes something that cannot be found in any measurable way. if we're looking at what the difference is, we have to look at what would the difference be if the short-term rentals were not here. And it's safe to say, I think, that we would not lose all of our tourism spending or that large percent of tourism spending. And in other municipalities, they've actually gained some. So if we ignore the 3.7 times multiplier, we're left with 25 million in annual economic impact. But that number doesn't recognize, or it doesn't match their own calculation, which comes up to 12.18%, 12.18 million for the total direct revenue in 2025 year to date. Even if we follow the way they did those calculations and we use a more recent number of licensed STRs, and then project the impact to the end of the year, that's still 15.1 million in total direct revenue. Still, that 15.1 million. Sorry, I have a lot to say, a lot to address. So you might assume that that's all going to go locally. But according to data that they provided based on 42 properties, and these are professionally managed properties, which I assume can pay a little bit more to local cleaners and landscapers, but still taking it as a rough estimate, they say that 13.45% of their revenue goes to cleaners, 13.79% goes to maintenance and landscapers. That's in line roughly with other sources that say about 29% of direct revenue from STRs goes to labor. So of the 15.1 million revenue, 4.1 million will go to local tradespeople. That compared again with the 8.2 million extra that renters are paying, just renters, not homeowners. And then you might assume that the other revenue is going to go back into the economy, which is where it's important that we look at where these STR owners are. We have 357 unique STR owners. Of those, 117 live in the city of Green Bay. Of those, only 44 are not owner occupied. So there's about 12.5% of all STR owners live in the city of Green Bay are not owner occupied. So the impact on them does not measure in the millions, it's the hundreds of thousands. And again, this is assuming that all of the STRs disappear with regulation, which is not the case, has not been the case in any other municipality. So all that to say, you really have a trade-off in front of you between where you want to support the local renters and the home buyers and the tourism revenue and the revenue to local STR owners. But I think really the question is simpler than that. You guys are the Plan Commission. You get to decide the direction our city takes, how we zone the land we have. You have to ask yourself if you think housing that is zoned residential, that is intended for residential use, should be turned into year-round commercial tourist lodging. You've heard all these folks talk about themselves as business owners. Do we want businesses where homes are? Or should we use the tools at our disposal, which admittedly are not great, but they are tools to disincentivize that kind of use? It's a tough decision. I don't envy you. I have to do it in a couple of weeks. But I would argue that we should regulate. Thank you for your time.
Arm wrestle.
Oh, is that okay? Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to spend a lot of time just because I'm going to save it for the council meeting. I just wish we would spend as much time, though, articulating with data how this will actually improve affordable housing conditions in our community rather than deconstructing other arguments. I think some of those things are 3.7. That's a pretty standard economic multiplier that's typically used within the industry. Anywhere between 1 and 7 is how you calculate your indirect and induced spending. So that number probably didn't have to be deconstructed. It's probably a number established by the industry. I just kind of wanted to point that out, but I think it's really important that we lean in on if the objective here, and I feel like we've got two converging objectives. One is affordable housing and the other was probably more of a nuisance property or nuisance conditions. And to me, they're kind of two separate issues and we're trying to, kind of conflate them within the same discussion. That's fine. That's how it's evolved. But I have yet to see any data, and maybe it's because it doesn't exist, that suggests affordable housing units will be converted other than a feel good like we think it will. The best research that I found was 10%. 10%. Highest expectation. Now, every market condition is different. You have an unlimited number of externalities that will impact how that happens. But 10% is the best report that I found on this. And so if you're talking about 400 units, that's 40 units that could be potentially converted. And yet you would be deconstructing the investments that a lot of people here have made in our community that have positive impacts. I would rather just find the sources to construct 40 new units and make that happen, knowing that even the numbers with, I guess, where the assessable value of a lot of these properties are would not reach affordable levels. And the way that you get there is through tax incentives. So when a developer builds it and they are given a tax credit to actually hold the rate of rent at a certain level, the problem with the conversion conversation is no such tax credit exists. So you're almost forced into this market rate type of scenario, regardless of whether it's a $200,000 unit or a $2 million unit. So I just think it's, how the commission will debate this will certainly be up to you. But I know at the council level, that's one thing, because I don't like any of the gotcha stuff, right? That's a seed I want to plant, is if an argument's going to be made that we need these policies because they're going to convert to affordable, I think we've got to see more substantiated data around how that happens.
Whoops, thank you very much. I do support STRs. When I started on this journey with short-term rentals, it had everything to do with my district and my neighborhoods. I live in a district that's mostly first residential. We have apartment buildings, we have duplexes, but not many. Okay. And if we look at the 2050 plan, it talks about it being first residential. The homes that you heard about tonight, which they're very large homes. And when it goes through and the county determines how many people can be in the home, it's based on square footage. So these homes are 16 to 20 people. You dropped a 20-person rental in the middle of a first residential without any apartments, no duplexes, nothing around it. My house, where we live, we have 125 first residential single-family homes. That's how it's developed. There's covenants that apply to these. So is the 180 days the right answer? That's the only thing that the state allows. The state allows 180 days or a limit. My biggest issue here is we've got to get something through to the state to allow us to put any new short-term rentals through our planning process. Because today, not one goes through the planning process. So my argument is these were dropped in these neighborhoods. Had they gone through planning and we were able to manage that, we probably would not have put them there. I would love to see a max on the number of people in a house. How many single family homes do we have in the city of Green Bay that have 20 people that live in them? Very few. You look at the lodging and you look at hotels, they've got, 16 to 20. That's a boutique hotel, but we don't define it that way because the state does not allow us. So I'm excited about what I heard tonight from the Short-Term Rental Alliance. I think they can help with some of the homes in the district. But again, this was put forward because these are nuisance properties. These homes never would have had 16 to 20 people living in them, or did not. I can guarantee you that right now. But when they convert to a short-term rental, it's based on square footage. So I urge the planning commission to take a look at that and say, if we're going to do short-term rentals, maybe there's a max that we put in. But I am willing to work with the Alliance to help me with these, and to help anybody else that needs. But we definitely need the state. So the resolution is what's really important, is to allow the city to manage their neighborhoods. So I submitted it more from a nuisance property, not from the perspective of converting them and housing and all that kind of stuff. This was more about my district, and the ability for the neighbors. And you heard from them tonight. They should not have to police us. Thank you.
Okay, might as well get all of the alders out of here for the last one, I think. First, I'd like to congratulate the ERC on a well-written report. If you have not read that report, please read it, because it doesn't say slam ERCs. It basically looks at both sides and then makes a recommendation based on what we can legally do by the state. And people ask, where does 180 come from? The state. That's a state allowance we can use. Okay, I don't know if that's coming across. Where did that 7-day rental? The state. It's either what we have or that. That's all we got. Okay. Across the board, I think we cannot limit via zoning these locations, right?
Yeah, we cannot, correct. If it's residentially zoned, it'd be looked at as being a rental property.
Okay.
More short term.
Can they be an industrial or is it all residential?
If a home is already, or a dwelling is already in place and it was a legal non-conforming, you can utilize that as a short-term rental.
Okay. So there's a lot that needs to happen. And I'd like to congratulate DRC for helping invent the Green Bay Short-Term Rental Alliance, because you know they're here because of that report. And that's fantastic. I think there's a lot of good ideas coming at us from that alliance and from other owners of short-term rentals. And I think this discussion, this is the second long-term discussion I've been a part of, and a lot of people have been a part of. It's all good. It's all good. We have to go through this. If you look at where we are, we were at what, 70, whatever, 4 or 5 years ago. Then it went up to 500. I'm surprised it only came down to 450. I'm not the only one. I thought it would go back by half, but it hung up there. It's at 450. So the last go round, we did drop about 50 units, right? That surprised me. What I'm concerned about right now, there's not a huge problem, and there's not a lot of benefit based on how many homes we could get for individuals who can't afford homes, because the number is relatively small, right? 450. Now, if that number grew to 750 and 1,000, 1,250, I think we're in a different world. Okay. So that's a different world from what we're at. We have battle armor here for that size, but we've got kind of a smaller problem with what to work with. I wish we could work with that and really help the lower income housing, but it's not really there. Even though there's homes that are $500,000 and say it's a short-term rental and it's driven out of business, that may mean down the line someone's going to sell a $200,000 home to somebody to sell that house, right? So it's not the home that's for sale in the short-term rental. It's the homes used to buy to get that house if they sell it. Okay, to be honest, it's probably more like the 10%. The Alder Johnson said, like 40 homes, not 9 or 7. There's probably a bunch more. But is that enough to disrupt this business? I don't know. It's the clay we have to work with, we can't build a very big model at this point in time. But it's nice to have gone through this because the ideas coming at us are good. We got to build something out of this and look to the future from all sides. Okay. I'm willing to make a motion And I will make a motion after we have further discussion. If you don't have anything to say, just look at me. I'll make a motion.
All right. So I do want to address, because we keep on talking about how there's 540% increase in our short-term rentals. That's just because people are in compliance now. I know Mr. Buck, we talked about this, about how all these people were operating these short-term rentals, but they didn't have permits with the city. So that 540 increase, that's because people are in compliance now. And there's still 75 properties that are still out of compliance, or yeah, potentially. So it's just about getting up to compliance. So I did just want to point that out. I guess I'm concerned. I don't want to be punishing all of the short-term rental owners because of the nuisance properties. I understand the nuisance properties are an issue, and they've been an issue. But I don't feel like we should be punishing all of them because of that. What Alder Johnson said about finding more stock or building more instead of taking away some people's livelihoods. I mean, I realize that there are corporations that come in and buy up stock, but everybody, except for one lady that called in, everybody that I heard here today was all local, and they're invested in this. I mean, the fact that they started that short-term alliance, that was very proactive, and because they saw a need for that. So the nuisance properties are an issue. I think we're tackling it the wrong way here. I know there were directives that were coming from council. Directive 1 was about the owner information and the placard. I personally don't see any problem with having both the informations up. I know Airbnb does a thing where, like, if someone were to call the phone number of the owner, but they're not the agent, then you're circumventing but you know what? That's not our issue. They've got to deal with that on their own end. So having their information up, I personally don't have a problem with that with Directive 1. Directive 2, nuisance property. Does the police department report to the city? If you're going to have 3 strikes and out, well, who's recording that? Who's telling the city that, oh, by the way, we've got a call on your short-term rental property? So that reporting back and forth, I mean, that's not happening now. So that needs to happen for the nuisance properties, because if we're going to say 3 strikes and out, well, who's reporting that then? And then number 3, the total days 180. I don't really personally. I think I understand what the directive was trying to do. But hearing the one gentleman say that they do two, because I was wondering, okay, well, 180 days, are you really booking an Airbnb every single day of the year, or even, with the turnover and everything? But the one gentleman saying 220 days out of the year, I mean, that's an extra 40 days. There was someone else that said they did more than 220. I really feel like we're punishing the good owners because of the bad owners. So we have to figure out how to find the bad owners. And it really does require help from the citizens too. I mean, if you're not calling in, we don't know what's going on. That's just how it is. I understand, man. I don't want to police my neighborhood either. I understand, but that's how things are going to get done. I mean, this is a problem. We've known this is a problem for a long time. We have to find a solution, but this is not the solution, in my opinion. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, I want to get us a little on track here and just kind of knock these out one by one. So we've got 2 different 180s. There's a cumulative and a contiguous. From what I've been hearing from the commission members so far, I'm not hearing a whole lot of appetite for either of those, but I want to just give a moment here for anyone to say anything on that before we get a motion here. How do we feel on those if you haven't said something already on them?
I personally think it's just the wrong vehicle to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish here. I don't think, it doesn't sound like any of us are particularly in favor of the 180 days at this stage.
It was definitely not for the 7 days.
Let's hit the 180 here first.
Right. No, we're done with the 7. 7 isn't even on the table.
I have similar thoughts. I don't believe the 180 is really accomplishing anything, to be honest. I don't hear any other interest from anyone else, so I'm going to just move on.
No, just the only thing I was going to say is I don't know how to feel. This is like a very confusing topic, but if I had to pick between continuous, what were the two options?
Cumulative or contiguous.
I would choose a cumulative. I think 180 days continuous is a little bit more limiting.
Okay. Anyone else? Thoughts between those two?
I know that if you don't have it contiguous, you're not going to be able to monitor it.
Yeah.
So, I agree that that would be the most least stringent, but there's no way to, there's no way to determine when someone is going against it because there's, so the reality of that, it's not a one that we can really manage. So,
I mean, I think that's a great
and the other
point.
one is,
Right.
I mean, we
It's
heard
kinda-
right from staff that it would be near impossible to manage, and kind of gets lost in here. There's a staff that has to administer these and deal with all these things, and they're already swimming in applications right now. Any more regulations on it is just adding to that workload. Any other thoughts on 180 before we move on to the minimum 6-night minimum stay?
That's not even on the table.
It's not on the table. I'm just giving people. I
Oh,
just want
right.
to go
Gotcha.
step by step, make sure people have said what they want to say, and then we're gonna get to a motion.
I think that was taken off the table more or less by a vote by council. It was a 7-5 vote, I think, to remove that.
Okay.
So it's not, so, is that right, Joy? Okay, sorry. But there's no appetite for that.
Commission members, anybody on that
Well,
one?
no. Okay. On the 180 days, this is some chicken scratch I have. If it's a short-term rental and they only can do 180 days, what happens if they're set up as a short-term rental, but then somebody's like, oh, I want to live here for 6 months because they're already set up as a short-term rental. They can't do that.
No,
Or they could go for a 6-month lease because that's completely different than a short-term.
Correct.
But the property is already set up as a certain. Okay. So they could do that. Okay. That was the only concern that was one.
I mean, 180 days is more about just restricting the turnover.
Right.
It's trying to reduce the amount of time, especially in the 12th district where I am.
Right.
And the turnover. So that's really what that was about.
I think that leaves us then the 3 strikes policy. I want to look specifically at the verbiage that was already written up by staff. Thank you, by the way. And I just want to read this, just ground this really quick. So policy is talking about the different disturbances, nuances, that type of thing there. There's a long list of them. We can go through that if we need to, but the part specific to the short-term rentals, in addition to the violations listed above, short-term rental permits shall be revoked if accumulation of 3 or more violations of items specified in chapter 24-75, definitions of chronic nuisance premise or violations listed in chapter 44.1580J 13 occur over a 365-day period. Essentially, 3 within a 365-day period, you can have your STR permit revoked. I believe we have more interest in talking about this. So if your motion was on that, I could say we can entertain that now unless we want to discuss first.
Okay. And it's good because my motion kind of dovetails what you just talked about. I'm glad you went through that. There's a red line version of the ordinance in our packet. There's a red line that says if the local representative responsible for managing short-term rental properties varies from the owner of the parcel, the placard shall also contain the name and telephone number of the parcel owner. So that's one I would agree to keep that in. Okay, that change. The change that says the total number of days the dwelling unit may be rented within any 365-day period of annual license shall not exceed 180 consecutive days. The STRP applicant shall provide the start date on an annual application as to when 180 days shall start and end during the annual license period. I would delete that. And then the last red line was the 3 strikes you're out. In addition to the violations listed above, STR permit shall be revoked if accumulation of 3 or more violations of items specified in chapter 24-75 definitions, chronic nuisance premise, or violations list, chapter 44-1580, paren J, paren 13 occur over a 365-day period. That one I would keep in. And hopefully, it seems to me to be pretty stringent. I don't know if we want to put in there, they would be initially if they have 3 and they're out, that seems to be kind of what we kind of want to do, those that are really causing problems. But if someone accidentally has 3 in a year, I mean, you know what I mean? It's not the same thing. They just happen to get 3 notices because maybe 3 different groups over the span of 365 days caused an issue. It would be nice to have the ability to look at what those 3 things were and then make a call on it versus just yanking it for 3. But I think if we can advance it to council, the way it's worded, we can wordsmith that at council. So it's more doable. But that's my recommendation. That's my motion.
Is that a motion?
Well, I know. They got a tape, they got a video, but it's
Yeah.
It's really, there's 3 changes. It's
Vice Chair Miller.
We're keeping directive 1 and 2 and scrapping directive 3.
Look at the actual code. That's
Oh, you're right. I'm here.
Yeah.
So that would be 6 and 13. You want to keep, strike 11.
Yes.
Okay.
In regards to 13, the one thing I did notice, there is not a either time limit that it says after it has been, if it were to be pulled, how long they would have to wait to reapply, or if a different owner were to purchase the property, are they inheriting that problem, or does it start over fresh there?
Right.
I do believe we should address those within the language.
Or some type of appeal process as well.
What's that?
Some type of appeal process.
Appeal process.
Oh, appeal. Okay.
I heard PO too.
I just kind of wanted to ask staff a question on this.
I had broached this at the council meeting. Obviously, you guys have oversight of the zoning. And now it seems like we're getting more into licensing and regulation as opposed to a zoning discussion. And I'm curious if I think there's broad, if not unanimous, support of elevating the industry in terms of how we regulate it and enforce some of these rules. But what I was trying to understand is, does this have to be an ordinance change, or is this just a policy change that staff operates? I mean, obviously, if you're talking about a revocation process, I do agree with Commissioner Daniels that, some type of an appeal process is probably pretty critical, but just broadly speaking, curious what staff's perspective is on ordinance versus something that really falls under more of the licensing aspect.
Right. So we looked at this, we looked at what we already have for our current tools, the ordinances, and that goes back to chapter 24 in abatement, which is in zoning, a separate issue. I'll note that when it comes to appeals, for any person who has a nuisance issue, that gets submitted to the chief of police, which then goes to protection and policy for their review. So there is an appeal that could be done. And if we were trying not to essentially make a new wheel here, use the tools that we already have. That's the tool that you have for the appeals process.
Yeah, and thank you for that explanation. I know one thing I've been talking to city attorney about is submitting a communication on creating a licensing and board of appeals that would handle these types of things, because I know we just had this issue with the massage establishments that now go to the board of appeals, which is just very different. So I think that this perhaps creates another reason of why we might need an independent body for that. And then the other thing I just kind of wanted to point out, if it's not totally transparent and understood by everyone here, what Plan Commission does tonight is just a recommendation. And so, Common Council will ultimately make the final decision So I don't want anyone to walk out of here today thinking that whatever decision Plan Commission votes on is what will actually be implemented. And I know the chair often cites that, but something this important, I think, is oftentimes worth repeating.
Okay, so we
It's
have
a motion on the floor.
Yeah, I have a question for staff. Not related to these, but to the current fees, the permitting fees for this. Where do those fees go right now? And is there a way that could be directed to a housing initiative?
To
Yeah,
add on to
like
that,
the
could it,
fees and
room
director-
taxes, similar type of question, I would say.
The room tax, right?
Room tax, I don't think we have as much control over, but just
right.
fees, licensing.
Permitting, yeah.
Answer it better, but I believe it just goes.
Permit fees are used to pay for our staffer that works with short-term rentals. So it's in like our budget as a revenue.
Okay.
And that it goes towards that salary. When we set that up.
Okay.
It was to go towards that staff position.
Okay. And so all of the fees that come in go directly just to that staff. There's nothing left over from that or anything that-
There probably is, and then it's part of the budget.
Part of the budget. Okay.
Under revenue.
I guess I'm just looking at it as the reason this came up is about housing affordability. Is there something we can do to create affordable housing? Could the excess funds go towards? Not to take us down a different path, but that's just what I've been thinking about. So
It's a good thought, Ken, and I appreciate you bringing it up. I think our next item, we should talk a little bit about that. Just from the Plan Commission's perspective of, it's already on council's radar, but I think we should give some recommendations like that from our perspective to them as they try to engage with the state, because this is a larger problem and we have limited tools at our disposal to deal with this particular, I don't want to call it a problem. It's not a problem. It's a situation. So I appreciate that council's already taking the initiative to get that going. We can talk about it more on the next item. I don't believe we had a second, right?
no.
Do we need to do anything with the
Well-
language on 13 before we look for a second?
Appeal process or.
Is that up to us, I assume?
No, they already have one in place.
Yeah, he said we.
No, John said that there's an existing appeal process through the nuisance code, so we would not need to add one in.
Oh, perfect.
So the only item that is not yet to be discussed is the reapplication process.
So the reapplication, it used to be 250 for the fee, correct? And now it's 500 for the reapplication fee?
No, 500 for a new permit,
To renew it,
250
and
to renew it.
Okay, all right.
So I think that what
I thought
Commissioner
we
Miller
had-
was discussing was if there's a time frame, if you get yours revoked, how much time
Right,
is there to pass before you can reapply?
right.
Yeah, that's what I was after, but is there a question about the licensing fees that we need to address as well? Okay.
If you wanted to look at license fee and make a recommendation to council, but that's something council does annually when they look at their fee schedule. So not something that would typically go through a plan commission.
Okay.
Be a council exercise that they do annually.
I'm fine leaving those as is. I would like to establish some sort of timeline from when a permit would be revoked to when they can reapply, if we are legally able to.
What's very typical in zoning, like if you apply for a rezoning or a conditional use permit, you don't substantially change the request and it's denied. It's a 365 days.
365. I mean, that seems to make sense.
Pretty typical for most zoning actions.
And then change of ownership, I think we would probably just stick with this. It's for the property, not for the owner, right? So if it was revoked,
I would think the owner, not the
I would think the opposite.
property. Well, if you have someone who's just gotten kicked out and then they sell the property, someone new buys it, now they can't use it at all for a year if they bought it specifically for that purpose.
But think about that situation for the neighbors.
Right. No,
They've
you're
just
right. The
had
neighbors
a
aren't gonna
nuisance
love it.
property that has been, now someone's gonna come in and
Resold to
potentially do
someone.
the same thing. I think it needs to ride with the property personally.
I can note that the existing code, now this isn't related back to say nuisance properties, but it's issued to a specific property owner or local rep. The SDR shall be immediately terminated when the permit holder sells or transfers real property, which has been advertised or used as a short-term rental, except for a change in ownership where the title is held in survivorship or transfers on the owner's death. So SDRs would terminate if property were sold, but we're not talking about, say, selling because of the idea of a nuisance and so I'm gonna sell to somebody. Now they get they'd have to apply for another short-term rental permit at that point.
It runs with the owner, not the property currently permit. So if you were to sell your property mid-permit, the new owner of the house would have to get a new permit. So it doesn't run with the property, it runs with the owner. So I would think if, from a suggestion standpoint, if you're gonna give a 12-month, it would be on ownership, not necessarily on the property, but I see it. But if you wanted to follow that same thought process. that's permit.
So if it's revoked and they sell a property the next day, could the new owner apply?
And go through the health
Yes, I believe
department.
so.
Unless we word this, so it can't be used as an SDR for 365 days from date of revocation.
Sure, I mean, you could do it both. You could do it for the property. I
Oh.
don't know, we'd have to check with the city attorney. I don't think you could do it for the ownership group. But there's a potential for that too. So if it's, Dave Buck LLC and I have short-term rental and I get it pulled, I can't have another permit for another year on any property. Again, we'd have to verify that, but that could potentially be an action.
I would think that anything related to ownership, we might want to kick to city council so we can have more discussions because ownership can look like Steph Hummel, Steph and Dave's LLC, Dave's LLC. Ownership groups have a variety of different stakeholders at times. So yeah, there are a lot of different ways that you can own a property. So if I get my personal STR revoked, I could just form an LLC, buy the property. There are a lot of ways around it. So we might want to note that for council, but maybe put a pin in it. Because I think there are a lot of nuances that we would have to run through our legal team.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest making anything on the floor right now.
Yeah, I'm not a favor of overregulation either. So I would not be in favor of that.
Well, currently we have a motion with no second. So if you like the way it is, then give him a second.
Second.
On his, not mine. Okay.
Wait. Yours is different?
I didn't make the motion.
I was going to say you didn't have a motion.
I did not make a motion. I was giving recommendations for 13 specific to timelines on that. So it's his motion that's on the floor.
Right. What were the numbers on that? Because I've got the directives.
You were basically keeping, Jim, Alder Hutchins, you were keeping 6 and 13, but
yeah.
ditching 11.
Yes.
We'd probably flush out potential discussion at the council about 13.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
For those without numbers in front of them, keeping owner information on the plaque, 3-strike rule, and not pushing forward the 180 days.
Okay. So we got a motion and a second.
Just point of clarification. It will be taken up in council to address if it is revoked, timelines, that type of thing. Can I just get a nod that they'll talk about it at least?
I'll bring it up.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
They don't listen to me.
All right. Do we have any further discussion on this? All right. Hearing none, we'll go ahead with the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. And then that will move forward to City Council for December 2nd. Yay. All right. We're not done here yet. Now we're on to number 11, communication.
You are free to leave, but please be quiet. We have some other business to attend to.
All right. Number 11, communication from Alders Hinkfist and Presley to adopt a resolution directed to the Wisconsin State Legislature requesting the laws governing short-term rentals be amended to allow for additional local control.
Thank you, Chair. So what you see in your packet is some draft language for a resolution to be considered by this body and actually by the council, which would direct language urging the legislature to address these issues we've had as far as local control and addressing, say, things like 180 days and 6-day limits. So the discretion that is being suggested to be for 3 different parts of areas that are issues with local control. That be regulating the STRs based off of zoning, establishing a cap on short-term rentals in each permit cycle, and further limiting the total number of days or rental days of an STR. This is a request to allow for discretion for a municipality. I'll note all 3 of these happen to meet 3 of our recommendations from the 2025 plan, or sorry, comprehensive plan.
That was it, right?
Yes, that's it.
Okay. I'll say my 2 cents and I'll talk through the floor for everybody else. Elected officials. I've been on this council for 7 years. I have spent too much time talking about short-term rentals. Get with the state and figure it out. I don't know what that means, but I'm tired of talking about it, honestly. So I think there's a lot of good ideas. There's a lot of collaboration that's happening. Keep at it. For those of us that sit here and have to hear that all the time, and I know you guys hear it plenty too. I'm over it. Let's get it figured out. And I move to approve whenever we get to.
Second.
For Act 10. Oof. All right, so we got motion, second. Yeah.
Ken.
Thank you. Motion second. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, then moving on to City Council for December 2nd. Informational Director's Report.
Any questions?
I'm good.
I'm good.
I got a couple.
All right, so that was it. All right. Next meeting, December 8th, 2025.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good night, everybody.
Oh.